UNICEF University is offering you the chance of a lifetime. No need to travel abroad and face huge expenses. No need to leave your job or family home. UNICEF University provides internationally recognized degree programs which are affordable and available to all. Through the generous UNICEF Scholarship Program, the state-of-the-art digital platform allows you to study anytime and in any place that is convenient for you. If an exciting campus life is what you are after, UNICEF University gives you the choice of blended learning, a combination of online and lecture room delivery mode in our state-of-the-art campus. Don't miss this chance of a lifetime. Choose from a wide range of bachelor, master, and doctoral degrees and start building your future. For more information, please visit www.unicefuniversity.com.
In today's knowledge societies, universities play a crucial role in social, economic, and cultural development. Ibn Tufayl University stands out nationally and internationally, with a diverse range of over 400 degree programs. Founded over 35 years ago, Ibn Tufayl University is actively involved in the new National Pact, transforming higher education, research, and innovation through strategic planning across its 11 establishments. The university prepares future academics across diverse sectors and promotes international student mobility. With a focus on imparting knowledge and fostering academic growth, our campus cultivates diversity in disciplines and teaching methods. Curriculum development is a priority, aligning with national research agendas and market demands. Qualification profiles emphasize program quality, feasibility, and infrastructure support. In recent years, Ibn Tufayl University has established over 100 partnerships with renowned universities. Our institution aims to be an internationally visible and attractive partner in cooperative projects, committed to both local roots and a continental orientation towards Africa. Internationalization is a tool for enhancing the quality of research and teaching. A major objective is to increase student mobility, both outgoing and incoming, to complement their studies, improve language skills, and gain diverse cultural experiences. We provide robust support for internships and aim to expand quality partnership agreements, improving opportunities for studying abroad within our degree programs. Intra-Africa student mobility fosters resourcefulness, enhances the visibility of Ibn Tufayl University, and counters brain drain in Africa, benefiting students, institutions, and the continent as a whole. The university is a place where knowledge for the present and future is developed, disseminated, and critically examined, all while upholding the principle of academic freedom in research and teaching. Ibn Tufayl University is a research institution with a strong international profile. It is conscious of its roots, particularly national priorities, while also embracing research challenges that extend beyond its locale. As one of the nation's top institutions, it strives to maintain its successful historical traditions while venturing into innovative research fields such as artificial intelligence. Through its research activities, Ibn Tufayl University contributes to the generation and development of knowledge, addressing questions of societal relevance, develops doctoral students' abilities to assimilate modern knowledge, apply scientific methods to solve problems, and make discoveries and innovations beyond current knowledge levels. Ibn Tufayl University is committed to social responsibility and research, aiming to conduct high-level, application-oriented research that enhances Morocco's economic competitiveness through national and international cooperation projects with businesses and society. Ibn Tufayl University supports the development of sports and culture through a strong cultural policy. Sports events, festivals, and various cultural activities throughout the year are the vibrant heart of the university. The university actively participates in local and national cultural and sports life by organizing and hosting a range of creative, cultural, and sports activities across the campus, open to all students. Ibn Tufayl University offers a wide array of options in sports and culture, reflecting the belief that a university is more than just a place for academic knowledge development. It should also foster talent development at various levels and encourage diverse societal perspectives. The university provides students with opportunities to showcase their talents and initiatives in various cultural events, such as music, theater, cinema, literature, and art, organized within the academic community. There are numerous cultural institutions within the university, with one of the most esteemed being the Student Life Center, which includes several groups that participate in festivals and shows worldwide. Ibn Tufayl University offers special assistance for students to access national and international sports and cultural events and facilities. It organizes a wide range of sporting and leisure activities for the entire university community and is responsible for organizing internal tournaments and participating in national and international university championships.
Innovate, inspire, excel.
African Student Voices is a program where we discuss issues pertaining to the welfare and well-being of students across Africa's higher education institutions and our society.
Just because of the change in society of late, we have some kind of connection between academia and then the industry.
You're studying a course like mine, which is very demanding, accounting, finance and economics. You know, it's the course alone is a headache.
It's a headache.
How much more? I think the headache of having to think about where the fee is going to come from.
Yeah. On this program, we project the concerns and views of students in Africa on their welfare and well-being in their various institutions.
Government is trying every means possible to make the systems work. And that's the same government that I have entrusted in is telling me that the payroll is full. Of course, I'm trying to ask him.
We also empower students to be informed and responsible future leaders of Africa, and also educate the youth of Africa on Africa's developmental blueprints and strategies.
Schools can collaborate with institutions to provide, seminars for students, job fairs for students to learn, to equip students to get ready for the job market.
Join me on the African Student Voices program this and every Friday at exactly 2 p.m. as I engage with students on the issues affecting them and the way forward. I am your host, Chimaima Daladem Duche. You can also follow us on our social media handles, Association of African Universities on Facebook and YouTube, AAUTV_African Universities on Twitter, and AAUTV Official on Instagram.
The African Union defines the African diaspora as consisting of people of native African origin living outside of the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, and who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent and the building of the African Union. In recognition of the enormous contribution of the diaspora to the continent, the Association of African Universities rolled out a program, Diaspora Connect, to identify and produce impactful interviews and documentaries that showcase the contributions of the African academics in the diaspora to institutions of higher learning in Africa. This program is partly funded by the Carnegie Corporation of New York. Featured on Diaspora Connect are fellows and hosts under the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program funded by the Carnegie Corporation of New York. Also featured on Diaspora Connect are coverages that showcase the recontextualization of African technology, art and culture towards the unification and rapid development of the continent. The diasporas are ready and willing to engage in meaningful thought and imagination that can guide the continent's efforts for emancipation, innovation and recreation. And Africa is ready for its sixth region. Follow us on our social media platforms on Facebook and YouTube at Association of African Universities and on Twitter at AAU_African Universities, as well as on our dedicated website at tv.aau.org.
As we go about our daily lives, we come across many innovative minds who are left undiscovered in Africa. Meanwhile, these great undiscovered minds could change the continent when discovered, which is why the AAU TV brings to your screens R&D Africa, a program that uncovers Africa's inventions and innovations. On the show, we focus on unearthing numerous innovations in the field of STEM, health, environment, agriculture, and many more from various universities, organizations, and individual innovators and inventors all over the continent. Join me, Mamekwa Otuakwanyame, on R&D Africa, and let's discover to uncover. R&D Africa, uncovering research discoveries in Africa.
Immerse yourself in an environment that will bring out the best in you. Come be a part of those that will transform the world in the nearest future. Find out everything of which you are capable. We will shape you and help you define who you truly are by exploring academics like never before, with over 50 accredited programs to choose from. Come be a part of the 2024-2025 academic session if you are eligible with a minimum of 5 credits at O level with English language and mathematics compulsory. WAEC and NECO equivalents are acceptable. Your UTME must meet the requirements for the year. The journey to your academic glory is in 3 categories. 1. The pre-degree program. This is a preparation program. 2. Foundation program. This is a direct entry program. 3. Degree program. For more information, please log on to www.mtu.edu.ng. Mountaintop University, empowered to excel.
Behold the symbol of evolving intellectual excellence in the African educational landscape. Welcome to Elizabeth University, located in the serene Ilaremoki, Ondo State.
Mountaintop University invites applications for admission into its undergraduate programs for the 2020-2021 academic session. Mountaintop University is a world-class award-winning center of excellence in teaching and research. Enroll now to study with state-of-the-art facilities and top-rated faculty. We offer programs in the basic and applied sciences, humanities, and social and management sciences. With all programs fully accredited, Mountaintop University is a dynamic center of academic excellence, offering the best atmosphere and cutting-edge research and ICT facility for training competitive men and women for distinction in life and career. For details on how to join us, visit www.mtu.edu.ng or call 0703-939-5024, 0803-950.
UNICEF University is offering you the chance of a lifetime. No need to travel abroad and face huge expenses. No need to leave your job or family home. UNICEF University provides internationally recognized degree programs which are affordable and available to all. Through the generous UNICEF Scholarship Program, the state-of-the-art digital platform allows you to study anytime and in any place that is convenient for you. If an exciting campus life is what you are after, UNICEF University gives you the choice of blended learning, a combination of online and lecture room delivery mode in our state-of-the-art campus. Don't miss this chance of a lifetime. Choose from a wide range of bachelor, master, and doctoral degrees and start building your future. For more information, please visit www.unicefuniversity.com.
Established in 1949, Accra Technical University, the premier technical university in Ghana, has distinguished itself in the area of technical education provision. It is located in the central business district of Accra, the capital city of Ghana, and that makes us uniquely the inner city university. Our mission as a technical university is to advance technical knowledge by creating a conducive environment for applied research, quality teaching, and competency-based training with a high impact on industry and business creation. The university believes in education and training that develops the competencies and skills of our students to make them relevant to industry and competitive in the job market. With a graduate school, 5 faculties, and 16 departments, we offer various industry-relevant Master of Science, Master of Technology, Bachelor of Technology, Higher National Diploma, Diploma, and non-Higher National Diploma programs. Our vibrant students population of over 25,000 includes a diverse mix of local and international students seamlessly integrating into an energetic campus life. Our graduates are highly sought-after professionals making connections with leading organizations in Ghana and beyond, and this is made possible by our experienced and expert faculty. The university has various well-equipped labs and workshops and research-ready libraries and other ultra-modern teaching and learning facilities. So, if you're looking to start your tertiary academic journey or elevate your career at a university that blends theory with actual practical work and where students' experience is prioritized, then you're welcome to Accra Technical University. Accra Technical University, integrity, creativity, and excellence.
Mountaintop University invites applications for admission into its undergraduate programs for the 2020-2021 academic session. Mountaintop University is a world-class award-winning center of excellence in teaching and research. Enroll now to study with state-of-the-art facilities and top-rated faculty. We offer programs in the basic and applied sciences, humanities, and social and management sciences. With all programs fully accredited, Mountaintop University is a dynamic center of academic excellence, offering the best atmosphere and cutting-edge research and ICT facility for training competitive men and women for distinction in life and career. For details on how to join us, visit www.mtu.edu.ng or call 0703 939 5024 0803 950.
UNICAF University is offering you the chance of a lifetime. No need to travel abroad and face huge expenses. No need to leave your job or family home. UNICAF University provides internationally recognized degree programs which are affordable and available to all. Through the generous UNICAF Scholarship Program, the state-of-the-art digital platform allows you to study anytime and in any place that is convenient for you. If an exciting campus life is what you're after, UNICAF University gives you the choice of blended learning, a combination of online and lecture room delivery mode in our state-of-the-art campus. Don't miss this chance of a lifetime. Choose from a wide range of bachelor, master, and doctoral degrees and start building your future. For more information, please visit www.unicafuniversity.com.
In today's knowledge societies, universities play a crucial role in social, economic, and cultural development. Ibn Tufayl University stands out nationally and internationally with a diverse range of over 400 degree programs. Founded over 35 years ago, Ibn Tufayl University is actively involved in the new National Pact, transforming higher education, research, and innovation through strategic planning across its 11 establishments. The university prepares future academics across diverse sectors and promotes international student mobility. With a focus on imparting knowledge and fostering academic growth, our campus cultivates diversity in disciplines and teaching methods. Curriculum development is a priority, aligning with national research agendas and market demands. Qualification profiles emphasize program quality, feasibility, and infrastructure support. In recent years, Ibn Tufayl University has established over 100 partnerships with renowned universities. Our institution aims to be an internationally visible and attractive partner in cooperative projects, committed to both local roots and a continental orientation towards Africa. Internationalization is a tool for enhancing the quality of research and teaching. A major objective is to increase student mobility, both outgoing and incoming, to complement their studies, improve language skills, and gain diverse cultural experiences. We provide robust support for internships and aim to expand quality partnership agreements, improving opportunities for studying abroad within our degree programs. Intra-Africa student mobility fosters resourcefulness, enhances the visibility of Ibn Tufayl University, and counters brain drain in Africa, benefiting students, institutions, and the continent as a whole. The university is a place where knowledge for the present and future is developed, disseminated, and critically examined, all while upholding the principle of academic freedom in research and teaching. Ibn Tufayl University is a research institution with a strong international profile. It is conscious of its roots, particularly national priorities, while also embracing research challenges that extend beyond its
For decades, Africa has been battling diseases such as malaria, HIV/AIDS, Ebola, tuberculosis, cholera, dengue fever, and others which have claimed millions of lives, including those of young children. Out of the 53 Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence, 13 in Burkina Faso, Ghana, Guinea, Nigeria, and Senegal, and in the health thematic area, have been collaborating to undertake scientific research and build a critical mass of experts to strengthen the sector and overcome its peculiar challenges. The Africa Center of Excellence in Genomics and Infectious Diseases, ACEGID, and the West Africa Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, WACBIP, have over the years contributed significantly to disease control, prevention, and health-focused research in Africa.
Within 4 months of the Ebola outbreak, we did something that has never been done in the history of science before. We were able to develop a 10-minute rapid diagnostic test for Ebola. That is the only test which is today approved by the US FDA and WHO. So the introduction of that test actually in the field, knowing within 10 minutes that somebody was infected or not, was a major turning point to contain the outbreak.
Look at the impact that we and others have had on COVID. When you hear about Delta variant, we are the ones who put it out there that you have Delta variant in Ghana. Because the research that we do, the ability to sequence viruses and identify variants did not exist 10 years ago. We are now able to do these things because we built a capacity for it, because we had ACE programs that allowed us to buy expensive equipment and train people to be able to do this type of high quality research and compete.
Other centers have also registered tremendous impact under the project. Students within the Health Centers of Excellence undertake key research projects that directly tackle health problems in the sub-region. A shining example is research being undertaken by a student with a focus on the treatment of burns using locally available and less expensive products.
Je mène des travaux de recherche autour de la formulation d'une crème à base de miel et de beurre de karité associée à des extraits de plantes qui sont reconnus par les tradithérapeutes comme ayant des propriétés cicatrisantes sur les plaies et les brûlures. Ces travaux s'inscrivent dans la dynamique du CAC Forum qui est de contribuer à la valorisation des ressources naturelles locales produites au Burkina Faso.
This innovative research, which has been successfully patented, is critical when a country like Burkina Faso, where about 13.7% of children under the age of 5 are admitted to hospitals for burns. to foster closer collaboration and reap optimum benefits, including pulling resources together to achieve a common goal. 2 health networks, namely WANIDA and REMCHAN, have been established. Together, all 13 health thematic centers are working to strengthen Africa's health systems through key research and interventions in line with fostering world-class research excellence and providing life-saving information on disease prevention, control, and treatments.
The ACE project is celebrating 10 years of academic excellence.
The project has given thousands of students access to top-notch research infrastructure,
encouraging internationalization in education,
ensuring international accreditation of programs,
solving problems in health, education, agri, STEM, environment, and more.
The ACE project is phenomenal and exceptional.
When I think of the ACE project, I think of possibilities.
Academic support.
It is a game changer.
We are proud products of the ACE project.
ACE at 10.
in Africa, the academic institutions have had shortage of funding. So ACE has brought funding into the academic sector, into the educational sector. The other thing is that it has brought in collaboration. So resources have come in, the human capacity are now collaborating. You can see Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, Mauritius, Egypt, all collaborating. The institution and the industry have met. They have not just met, they are now also doing a lot of knowledge transfer. The industry has also seen the value add. And even when you begin to look at even in subnational and national policies, you are seeing all the reflection. Everybody is now involved. It has also now brought excellence. Excellence across fields, across education, across health, across public health, across technology. And when you begin to triangulate all those things together, the sky is the limit. You are shooting for the stars. I think 10 years of ACE has really added value across the value chain of education in Africa. And I think this is really worthy of emulation, and it shouldn't stop. We are shooting for the stars.
For more information, please visit www.unicafuniversity.com.
Established in 1949, Accra Technical University, the premier technical university in Ghana, has distinguished itself in the area of technical education provision. It is located in the central business district of Accra, the capital city of Ghana, and that makes us uniquely the inner city university. Our mission as a technical university is to advance technical knowledge by creating a conducive environment for applied research, quality teaching, and competency-based training with a high impact on industry and business creation. The university believes in education and training that develops the competencies and skills of our students to make them relevant to industry and competitive in the job market. With a graduate school, 5 faculties, and 16 departments, we offer various industry-relevant Master of Science, Master of Technology, Bachelor of Technology, Higher National Diploma, Diploma, and Non-Higher National Diploma programs. Our vibrant students population of over 25,000 includes a diverse mix of local and international students seamlessly integrating into an energetic campus life. Our graduates are highly sought-after professionals, making connections with leading organizations in Ghana and beyond, and this is made possible by our experienced and expert faculty. The university has various well-equipped labs and workshops and research-ready libraries and other ultra-modern teaching and learning facilities. So, if you're looking to start your tertiary academic journey or elevate your career at a university that blends theory with actual practical work and where students' experience is prioritized, then you're welcome to Accra Technical University. Accra Technical University, integrity, creativity, and excellence.
Mountaintop University invites applications for admission into its undergraduate programs for the 2020-2021 academic session. Mountaintop University is a world-class award-winning center of excellence in teaching and research. Enroll now to study with state-of-the-art facilities and top-rated faculty. We offer programs in the basic and applied sciences, humanities, and social and management sciences. With all programs fully accredited, Mountaintop University is a dynamic center of academic excellence, offering the best atmosphere and cutting-edge research and ICT facility for training competitive men and women for distinction in life and career. For details on how to join us, visit www.mtu.edu.ng or call 0703-939-5024, 0803-950.
UNICEF University is offering you the chance of a lifetime. No need to travel abroad and face huge expenses. No need to leave your job or family home. UNICEF University provides internationally recognized degree programs which are affordable and available to all. Through the generous UNICEF Scholarship Program, the state-of-the-art digital platform allows you to study anytime and in any place that is convenient for you. If an exciting campus life is what you're after, UNICEF University gives you the choice of blended learning, a combination of online and lecture room delivery mode in our state-of-the-art campus. Don't miss this chance of a lifetime. Choose from a wide range of bachelor, master, and doctoral degrees and start building your future. For more information, please visit www.unicefuniversity.com.
In today's knowledge societies, universities play a crucial role in social, economic, and cultural development. Ibn Tufayl University stands out nationally and internationally with a diverse range of over 400 degree programs. Founded over 35 years ago, Ibn Tufayl University is actively involved in the new National Pact, transforming higher education, research, and innovation through strategic planning across its 11 establishments. The university prepares future academics across diverse sectors and promotes international student mobility. With a focus on imparting knowledge and fostering academic growth, our campus cultivates diversity in disciplines and teaching methods. Curriculum development is a priority, aligning with national research agendas and market demands. Qualification profiles emphasize program quality, feasibility, and infrastructure support. In recent years, Ibn Tufayl University
You're welcome back to the African University celebration, and sorry we're taking so much of your time on the session with Afrobarometer, and I'm informed that we have our speaker now joining us. He's been with us for a while, the person of Lionel. Lionel, are you here? Let me see your hand. We have Lionel Osi Esima.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Lionel. Good afternoon to you. You can have your video on and let's have your session on.
Fortunately, I have a problem with my camera, but I'm sure you can see my picture. I don't know if it shows over there.
Okay, your picture doesn't show with only your name.
Oh, this is unfortunate. So I have a problem with my machine's camera. So
okay, all right, you can go ahead.
So can I start doing the presentation?
Yes, go ahead and share your screen, please.
Thank you very much. So I will share my screen. Hello, can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen, please.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So my name is Lionel Osi Esima. I am the Afrobarometer Assistant Project Manager for Anglophone West Africa and North Africa, and I'll also assist the project manager for the Francophone countries. So I am here today to do a presentation on the Afrobarometer findings for round 9 on assessing the gaps on African greater progress on education. First of all, I would like to speak about Afrobarometer. Afrobarometer is a Pan-African non-partisan survey organizations that conducts reliable data on democracy, good governance, and related topics. So the goal of Afrobarometer is to give voice to ordinary citizens to participate also in policy and decision making. So we've been operating since 1999 and we've been able to conduct 9 rounds of surveys. Our round 9 survey is currently underway. It started early this year in January and it's expected to finish mid-2025. So this map actually shows the areas where we've been working since 1999. So the gray countries are the countries where we have never conducted a survey. The goal of Afrobarometer is to cover the entire continent, but it's not as easy as it may seem. So we have a lot of challenges. So there are a lot of issues that we look at, we consider before entering a country. We look at the political openness, the security, the availability of recent census. So coming to the methodology, so if there is something Afrobarometer proud itself about is the methodology, which is used across all the 42 countries where we do operate. And it is very simple. We use a nationally representative sample of adult citizens in which every adult citizen has an equal chance of being selected in the sample. We do face-to-face interviews in the language of the respondent's choice, which means that we don't only conduct surveys in the official languages of countries. We make sure that our questionnaires are translated in the most spoken 4 or 5 local languages to guarantee that respondents will be interviewed in the language that they understand the best. So we have standard questionnaire allowing us to do comparisons across countries and over time. We've been doing that since 1999, and we have a lot of sufficient data available in our website that people can consult. The sample size of our samples is that 1,200 or 2,400 with a country level margin of error of plus or minus 2 percentage points. So before going to the core presentation of today, I would like to speak a bit about some of our few achievements. So Afrobarometer, we consider ourselves as a gold standard of surveys in Africa, as the best survey organization on the continent, because we have a rigorous methodology. We have covered 400,000 people across the continent, 270 surveys in 42 countries since 1999. Interviews conducted in more than 100 languages. We have a Pan-African coverage representing more than three-fourths of Africa's population. We have time series backing to 1999. We won the Best Data Set Award in 2004 from the American Political Science Association. So packing relevant data into tailored form for various stakeholders, we maintain production lines of countries, best practice, Pan-African profiles, and other publications. We have rapid response to trending conversations. An example of that is the COVID-19 pandemic. When we started our around 8 survey, at that time the COVID had not broken, but immediately it started, though we have started the round. So we incorporated questions related to COVID-19 in order to make sure that it will be part of the discourse after we finish collecting data across the continent. We have flagship reports on democracy. We have democracy country scorecards, climate change country cards, SDG scorecards, child well-being scorecards. So in Afrobarometer, we don't just collect data. We make sure that our data is being put out there. It is in the media. People are sharing it. It's being used for policy, by policy makers, by journalists, academics, in order for the voice of the people to be in the public discourse. So we have standard topics. As I was saying, we do democracy and governance, corruption, service delivery, government performance, economic conditions, poverty, and also special topics under which we have gender equality, gender-based violence, climate change, migration, media freedom, fake news, and so on and so forth. So now let's delve into the key findings. So the first one is the educational attainment. So on this chart, so as I was saying, that currently we have 42 countries in Afrobarometer, but for round 9, because we are dealing with round 9 findings, so only 39 countries were part of round 9. That is why you see 39 countries, and round 9 was conducted between 2021 and 2023. So on educational attainment, on average across the 39 African countries, more than half, that is 55% of adults have secondary or post-secondary education, while 27% have primary education and 80% have no formal education. When you look at it across the 39 countries vary widely in the educational level of their citizens. While about 4 in 10 adults have post-secondary qualifications in Gabon and Seychelles, the same is true of only about 1 in 20 citizens in Niger, Malawi, Mozambique, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, and Madagascar. So what we do in Afrobarometer is that we usually disaggregate the data into socio-demographic groups in order to have a clear picture of what the data is, or the story that the data is telling. So when we are disaggregating by age group, survey findings confirm that on average, younger Africans have more education than their elders. Across 39 countries, about 2/3, that is 65% of respondents aged between 18 and 35 have had at least some secondary education, compared to 52%, 44%, 35% for their progressively older cohorts. Educational attainment by the other demographic groups. So we see on this chart that educational attainment varies significantly by respondent demographic characteristics. Women are less likely than men to have secondary or post-secondary education, and more likely to lack formal education altogether. The poorest respondents, however, are more than 3 times as likely as the best off to lack formal education, and less than 1/3 as likely to have post-secondary qualifications. The same pattern holds for rural and urban residents, with 27% against 9% lack of formal schooling. So now let's move to out-of-school children. So we asked the question to respondents how frequently they think the following occur in their community or neighborhood, and this chart is on children who should be in school, are not in school currently. And we see on average across the 39 countries that were surveyed for round 9, almost half, that is 48% of adults, say school-age children who are not in school is a somewhat frequent or very frequent problem in their community. The perception of out-of-school children as a widespread issue is the majority view in 17 countries, as we can see on our chart, reaching as high as 83% in Liberia and 71% in Angola. Only 6 countries record fewer than 1/3 of citizens who share this view, led by Mauritius, 22%, and Tanzania, 26%. So now let's move to citizens' experience with public schools. So this one, so in Afrobarometer, we have what we call observational questions. So we ask our enumerators when they go into an enumeration area to key in the availability of certain services. So what usually happens is that it is the supervisor who does that while the other members are doing the survey. So the supervisor goes around the enumeration area and sees whether some services such as police, health clinic, schools, the post office are available in the community. So this chart is about availability of schools, and we see that on average across the 39 countries, the Afrobarometer enumerators found that 83% of the enumeration areas they visited at least one public or private school within easy walking distance. No nearby schools were found in 20% of rural zones and 20% of urban zones. In 29 of the surveyed, that is 29 out of 39, 29 of the surveyed countries, rural zones were more likely than cities to lack a nearby school, with rural disadvantages of up to 53 percentage points in Botswana and 47 points in Angola. Also, rural zones without a nearby school were most common in Mauritania, Angola, Botswana, while only 4% of visited rural zones in Togo, Madagascar, Morocco lack a school within an easy walking distance. So we also ask the questions about those who had contact with some of these public services. And this is about those who had contact with a public school across the 39 countries surveyed in round 9. We see that 1/3, that is 34% of respondents, said they had contact with a public school during the year preceding the survey, ranging from fewer than 1 in 5 in Tunisians and Basotho to half or more of Sierra Leoneans and Kenyans. So we also asked the respondent the ease of obtaining those services, those public services. So across the 39 countries survey, among the respondents who had contact, it is important, this is stipulated, that this chart is only about those who had contact with the public schools. So among respondents who had contact with public schools, 3/4, that is 74%, say they found it easy or very easy to obtain the services they needed from teachers or other school officials. Almost all Mauritians, that is 95%, agree with this assessment. And even in the least satisfied countries such as Angola, 53%, and Liberia, 57%, majority report few difficulties. So next, we also ask the question about the respect those searching for those services got from the official who attended to them. So the respondent who had contact with this school, we asked the question to know how those who dealt with them treated them when they were at the facility. And we see that on average, 74% of respondents who had contact with public schools said they were treated with respect, somewhat or a lot, by teachers or other school officials. And majority in all surveyed countries report respectful treatment in their interactions with public schools, ranging from 54% in Mauritania and Gabon to 91% in Cabo Verde in Madagascar. So let's move to those who pay bribe to obtain public services. So we had battery of questions about those who pay bribe to obtain certain public services, and among which we have public schools. So here we understand bribe in terms of to pay bribe, to give a gift, or to do a favor for a teacher or school official to get the services you needed from the schools. And on average, 1 in 5 respondents who had contact with a public school during the previous year, that is 19%, say they participated in this form of corruption once or twice, a few times or often. This experience was especially common in Liberia, Congo-Brazzaville, Angola, while it was fairly rare in Cabo Verde, Seychelles, and Mauritius. We have disaggregated this data into social demographic groups, and we see that having to pay a bribe to obtain public school service is twice as common among citizens experiencing moderate or high levels of lived poverty among their well-off levels of lived poverty than among their well-off counterparts. Respondents with no formal education are slightly more likely to report having to pay a bribe than those with primary or more education. So now let's move to government performance on education. So we also have in our Afrobarometer questionnaire questions about government performance. So we ask respondents how they are rating, how government is addressing certain issues. So on the question of how badly you think the current government is handling the education, on average, across the 39 surveyed countries, fewer than half, that is 46% of respondents think their government is performing fairly well or very well on education, while 52% give their leaders poor marks. And assessments are overwhelmingly favorable in some countries, led, as we can see on the chart, led by Zambia, 82%, Tanzania, 82%, Sierra Leone, 75%. At the other extreme, we have fewer than 1 in 4 citizens thinking their government is doing a good job on education. That is Sudan, Gabon, Lesotho, and Tunisia. When we break this data into socio-demographic, we see that the evaluations of government performance on education are similar across gender and urban and rural locations, but approval ratings are relatively low among the most educated respondents and among the poorest respondents. So the approval rating, when it comes to the overtime analysis of the approval rating, those who think the government is doing fairly badly, very badly, and very well and very well, the positive approval of government performance on education has dropped by 11 percentage points between 2011 and 2023, moving from 60% in 2011 to 49% in 2023. So let's now move to views on government's efforts to minimize disruptions to education during COVID-19 pandemic. So we all remember how difficult, how those moments were challenging for all of us. So government had challenges to maintain students going to school, and they have to find ways or how to do homeschooling and so on and so forth. So we asked the students how satisfied, the respondents how satisfied or dissatisfied they are with the government response to COVID-19 in their areas. So majority of Africans, that is 54%, are satisfied with the way government minimized disruptions to children's education during the COVID-19 pandemic. We see that this view is more dominant in Sierra Leone, Tanzania, Zambia, and least dominant in Gabon and Lesotho. So we are now moving to the ending part of this presentation. So what we call in Afrobarometer the most important problem. So we asked the respondent what are the issues or the problem they think their government should address in priority. So we are now looking at what Africans are saying, where they are rating education in terms of their priorities. We see that education ties with crime and security for 6th place among the most important problems that Africans want their government to address, cited by 20% of respondents as one of their top 3 priorities for government action: education trails, unemployment, management of the economy, health, water supply, and infrastructure enrolled on citizens' policy agenda. So the last slide is education as a priority problem across the 39 countries surveyed. We see here that education among the most urgent problems is the most frequently cited concern in Liberia, mentioned by 47%, and in Mauritania, 42%. It ranks second in Uganda and places third in Gabon, Sudan, and Eswatini. In contrast, only 4% of Mauritians and Botswana cite education as a top concern, placing it far down on their list of priorities for government action. So thank you very much. I have come to the end of this presentation. I am open for questions, remarks, if.
Thank you very much, Lionel, for your Faris Saxon's presentation. And I would also want to call on all participants to kindly reach to the chat box or the Q&A section and put in a message or question if you want to also make a contribution to the findings of the Afrobarometer thus far. You can also put your hands up using the icon, and I'll invite you to share your view on the findings shared by Sir Lionel.
Sure. So should I answer instantly?
Yeah, so
I can't see the chat box.
when there are comments or questions coming in, you can note them down and address them. How that's okay. Okay, so Lionel, let's try and take some questions. So basically, what are some of the reactions from your participants when you go to the field to undertake data collection? I mean, sometimes you have people trying to resist being participants of your research, and also the varying demographics that you meet on the platform, you meet when you go on the field. Do you have a particular demographics that you are able to look for? You actually work with everybody you meet out there in terms of data collection?
So thank you. So the reactions, let's say, across the continent are positive. They are more positive in certain countries. There is this culture survey in some countries, and in some others it is gaining ground. But let's say reactions are positive. So what we do is that we train our respondents on how to address, how to go to people, how to on ethical issues, how to handle surveys. So it minimizes these kind of challenges on people being non-welcoming to see us in their houses. So the response to that is very simple. So our experience so far has been good. People are open. So in terms of the demographics, as I was saying when I was talking about the methodology, so what we do is very simple. We use a nationally representative sample of the entire population. We want our sample to be representative and to be reflective on the national population, and for that we work with the census statistical offices in all the countries where we do operate. So we give them those details, and they do the sample for us, and we make sure that every region, and we use the urban rural proportions the same as in the national population. We interview 50% male, 50% female in our sample. So that is how we do our demographics. So we just make sure that everything represented in our sample is reflective of what is in the entire population.
All right. And
so I see your question on the chat box.
Yeah, I think Rose Guri says that do you use locals to conduct interviews, and if yes, what are the factors that can affect the outcomes of interviews conducted?
The factors that can affect interviews conducted is the respondent's bias, is the interviewer bias, interviewer dishonesty in doing the job. That is why across all the 42 countries where Afrobarometer operates, we invest considerable amount of resources, both human and financial, to train and form them in order for them to go to the field and minimize those challenges on how to pose the questions, how to do the community entry when we are going to an enumeration area, how to address to the respondent, how not to react to whatever facial or verbal expressions they can face while they are conducting the questionnaire with the respondents. So those are the things we do to minimize some of these things. And I think so far the experience has been, as I was saying, it was very good for us because we are training people, and our MPs are helping us. Our national partners, are helping us a lot by recruiting experienced people in data collection. And this is very easy for us to, when we are dealing with people with a lot of experience in collecting data in our various countries.
Okay. And you have David Besa who's saying, which year was the survey conducted?
So the Round 9 survey was conducted between 2021 and 2023. So our rounds of surveys usually last, let's say, 1.5 years or 2 years.
Okay. All right. So we have Angela James. Angie, let's hear from you. So, hello, Angela, can you hear me? You can unmute yourself and then put your video on. Okay, and you mute. Good. All right. Go ahead, Angie.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Very well.
Okay. So thank you so much for all this wonderful work. And really, if you think about it, it is so expensive across so many countries. I want to know, so what does one do with all this data with regard to policy and practice across the education institutions for all these countries? So what are we going to do about it? Now that we know, what can we do? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angie. Appreciate that. All right, so Lionel, you are actually a field man in statistics, and you have the findings. What do you suppose we do with it?
So, as I was saying in the introductory part, we don't only conduct surveys. We don't want the survey to go waste and be sitting in a repository somewhere. No, we also invest a lot of resources in disseminating our findings. So once the data has been collected, it is in our protocols, we do public dissemination events, and in those dissemination events, we invite academics, journalists, experts from ministries, departments, and agencies from government, from the public service, in order for them to come and be aware of what we have found, in order for them to run it, to go with it and put it in the political discourse, and also use it in their day-to-day activities, depending on the areas or the field concerned by the data we are releasing. And part of our protocols is also that we do confidential briefing with stakeholders and government for them to have the priority of the data we have found out there. So data findings on such a topic like education are very interesting for any government across the continent. So once it is there with the mechanism, the dissemination mechanism we are putting there, I think every government should be concerned to pick it up and see what they can do with it. Because that is the aim of Afrobarometer. We interview the people, we give them the voice. A voice that ordinarily people will not go for. So they tell the government, not to Afrobarometer, they tell their leaders, this is what we think about this. And it is in return, in the work of the leaders to take the data and do whatever they want to do with it in terms of bettering the lives of the people.
Great, Lionel, for that response. And we have a couple more questions in the chat box. Let's take this from John P. Stevens, and he wants to know, how was these biasness controlled to minimize prejudice and gender indifferences? And he supposes that perhaps there were some biases, and how were these gender biases controlled or minimized to just try and mitigate, say, social prejudice and gender indifferences? What do you have to say to this?
So for the gender differences, so we don't do paper and pen data collection. We use tablets, and it is already configured in our tablet when our interviewers are conducting the questionnaire. Once you have, if your first interview was a male, automatically the tablet will switch for your next interview, will switch to a female. If you are keen, if your first interview was a male and the second you are keen another male, the tablet will prompt you that this interview is supposed to be a male, a woman, because we want to make sure that you have 50-50, both male and female in our questionnaire. So how to mitigate the effect of biases? So as I was saying, we have a lot of measures that we put in place, quality control measures. We have studio monitors controlling the submissions. We have supervisors, because we have a teams of 5, 4 interviewers and 1 supervisor. Supervisor at random the supervisor in the particular area at random goes back to one of the places where one of the enumerators has conducted the interview to check whether if the person was there, and ask the respondent if his colleague really was there and how the interview went. So we have so many other to check some of these things. So we make sure that these things are minimized. But you know, things can happen between an interviewer and a respondent. But we also have timelines within questions and within questions in our questionnaire. We know that to ask certain questions, it takes a certain amount of time, and the studio monitor will flag the interviewer that, oh, it's as if you are keying the responses yourself, because these questions, this slot of questions is not supposed to be answered within 2 minutes. The time for you to ask the question, the time for the respondent to be in the thought process and to give you the answer. So those are some of the mechanisms we put in place to make sure that we are mitigating the effect of these biases in Afrobarometer.
All right, and I also have this from Alicia Clegg. Alicia is asking, in your opinion, Lionel, what information is not being collected and that we also need for more comprehensive perspective and understanding of challenges and opportunities related to educational frameworks? So you tell us.
So for me, my personal opinion about this data is on the approval ratings of government performance. We know sometimes our government say they spend a lot in building schools and.
Hello, did you get me?
Hello.
Hello, Lionel.
Yes, I can hear you. Hello. Can you hear me?
Lionel, I think his number dropped, his line dropped.
Oh, okay, so it's not from me. Thank you for
no,
the
it's not.
explanation.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had a slight internet glitch that really took me away. I don't know if Lionel is still with me right here. Lionel, are you still with me?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, apologies, I missed you. I just was asking on behalf of Alicia, who wanted to find out. I just want to reach out to Alicia's question about if there was any other thing that you work on or any other findings that you've gotten that will be beneficial to other educational frameworks. I want to read, she said, in your opinion, what information is not being collected that we also need for more comprehensive perspective and understanding of challenges and opportunities related to educational frameworks?
Unfortunately, the Afrobarometer questionnaire, as bulky as it is, cannot comprise everything. We will have to add supplementary questions, but those who make the questionnaire, which is already very long, just imagine someone coming to your house and eating 1 hour and a half of your time in the very busy day is not an easy thing. So we can't put everything. I know what we have there is sufficient enough to start a discussion on how we are faring in terms of education, but I think maybe we should also add on the quality of the service from the teacher's side or from the respondent, what are they feeling in terms of the services government is providing in terms of education. So this one is, the one we have is more judged on the availability of the physical service. So maybe we need to know the content, the quality of it, how it looks like. And those are some of the questions we need to address because they also affect our way the children in school are being taught, and they also chew the teachings from the teachers. So that's what I can say about it.
Okay, well, I have two new messages that I'm going to combine it together and have you address them. One is from John P. Stevens. He feels very concerned about the findings you gave earlier, and he's saying that has any follow-ups been made to see if the government are in line to integrate into their works and to better the lives of the citizens and students in higher education institutions with the findings you gave. He wants to know if any follow-ups have been made and if any actions have been made thus far, because they are very distressing.
Yeah, of course. So those data are available in our website. We have a lot of governments across the continent, a lot of MDAs using Afrobarometer findings in articulating the development in certain areas. So it is, as I was saying earlier, it is picking up. In some countries, it is Afrobarometer is well known. The data are widely used by government workers and so on. In some countries, it is started. But the response to that is yes. So if I have to respond to that, a lot of MDAs are using, not only MDAs, other CSOs, academics, journalists are using Afrobarometer to write stories about what is happening in the country, to link the Afrobarometer to the contextual stories happening in our various countries. So the data is there and it is being used in the political discourse, but not equally in every country across the continent.
And the final one is from Rose Guri, and she wants to find out, how do you choose your topics? So, I mean, all your findings are amazing topics, very interesting. How do you choose them?
How do we choose our topics? So we have a questionnaire committee made of experts, knowledgeable people in the democracy, government, and public services experts. So the questionnaire sits and reviews the questionnaire after every round. So we usually keep about 60% of the questions from the previous round in the new round. So that's why you see that we can do trend analysis dating to 1919, from 1999 to date, because some of these questions have been asked since the inception of Afrobarometer, and every round, depending on what is out there on the context in which we find ourselves in the continent, we see if we can incorporate some of the issues. For instance, for round 8 and round 9, we immensely asked a lot of questions about COVID-19 because it was out there. But for round 9, we just thought that the issue has been debated enough and there is no need. Again, it's just an example how we add some of the topics. So we just thought that there was no need to bring COVID-19 again in the round 10 questionnaire. And the same thing applies to so many other topics when migration of African eating the sea to go to the Europe was out there, and it is still. So we added a lot of migration model, and the same for climate change. since round 7, we have added a model of climate change, asking people about the awareness of climate change, asking people about who they think is responsible for climate change, what they think government can do, and how they rate the government performance in fighting climate change. So those are some of the issues. Those are some of the topics that we add on in our questionnaire. Depending, as I was saying, depending on what is out there, what is trending, what can be beneficial for our citizens, what can be good for our government, for them to use for the benefit of our people.
Great. So at this point, I'll say a very big thank you to you, Lionel Osei Asima, for your participation. In fact, apologies that you were in the meeting right from the beginning, but we didn't know that you were chosen to be the representative for Afrobarometer. We didn't get a communication. That's why we still passed you by until we got to know that you were doing it and not Caleb. So apologies to you, but we're glad that you still make time and then you made up to do the job. Appreciate that. So you can actually reach to your reacting session and give him an applause to say thank you, Lionel, for the session you've taken us through about how the Afrobarometer operates and how you come up with your findings. More grease to your elbow as you go get us data to make decisions for the African continent.
Thank you very much.
So there are more questions in the chat. Okay. We're trying to. Sorry, Alicia just threw a message, but I've read almost all the questions, Alicia. Oh, sorry. Hi.
So,
hello.
There is a question on
there's a question
availability of Afrobarometer.
Okay, you said okay. Yeah, you can address it. Go for it.
About the information collected open to publics. Yes, as I was saying, we collect the voice of the people and we made it public. All the data from 1999 from round 1 to round 9 are available in Afrobarometer website. Data is there. You can go to the analyze section on our website and you just choose the topic, the round and the country, and the analysis will be run for you. You just select the topic you want to do analysis on and then it will be there. It is available. We have a lot of dispatches, disseminations, papers which have been written on so many various issues, economics, political, social. So everything is there and it is available free for African citizens. And it is unfortunate that we did a survey about those using our data on our website, the location where they find themselves, and you realize that though the data, the Afrobarometer data, unfortunately, was being used more than people residing outside the continent. So I'm encouraging all of us to do that, to go and use our data and do the analysis on the various topics in their various fields of work and expertise. Hello, is it
okay?
Nice?
Hi. And also, I got sure now. Was a question in there that said that Nigeria was not in the countries you collected data on. Is there a reason for that?
Nigeria.
Or was there Nigeria in it?
No, I think Nigeria is there. I just opened my PowerPoint presentation on the education priorities. We see Nigeria, for instance, we have 21% of Nigerians saying that government citing education as a priority. So Nigeria is there. So we have a paper that we call a PAP, which has been published and posted in our website. So you can go there and ask for it, and Google it. So we see all these data, those that are just presented, they are available on our website and the data on Nigeria as well.
All right. Is it possible you can drop a link in the chat box to help people do a quick reach out quickly, easily? Is that possible?
Sure. I can do it right now.
Right. So while you're dropping the link in the chat box, Oluyemo Abdullah says that based on the cultural diversities, attitude towards growth and development, variabilities, difference in moral values and faith across the globe, can we have a uniform structure for establishing standard for our education system with organized monitoring team that will set fundamental rules? Hello, Loyemo. I don't know if this question was for Lionel. Lionel, is this within your space to refer on your presentation, what I just read?
So it's not directly linked to the presentation I just made or to our findings, but my response to that is that everything lies within the will of our leaders. If they want to do so, definitely they will do so. So we have sub-regional organizations. So apart from meeting for political issues, we have also the committee for education, health, and so on and so on. So they can meet and decide on the course they want to give to their regions in terms of education, in terms of standardizing the teachings and so on and so forth in their regions, and see what they can do about it. So as I was saying, it is possible as far as our leaders are willing to do so.
Hi, Lionel, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, well done. So at this moment, I'll just ask everyone, if you can, just reach to your React section and give Lionel an applause, a thumbs up for his time. He's done so well and doing a presentation, also addressing all the questions that came in the comments as well. Lionel, this one is for you, just from me to you. Do you find that over time, your data that you've collected, can you say that Africa or African governments or African institutions are actually making data-driven decisions? Because Afrobarometer has been in existence for a long time, conducting researches to social, political, health, and a whole lot more. Do you think, or do you find that African governments are actually making or are still making data-driven decisions which are engulfed around your finance and a whole lot more? Do you have any prospect towards that on their willingness to do so?
From where I sit, I would say, generally speaking, it's not a trend across our continent. As I was saying, it is picking up in some countries, more in the English-speaking countries than in the French-speaking countries or Lusophones, but it has started. It is a long way. It didn't happen just overnight in the other regions of the world. So in our side too, we need to start it and push more for it to happen. We need to do a lot of advocacy to push, to compel our leaders to have a data-driven approach in our development. But as it stands now, it is not the general trend across our continent.
Okay. feedback, and there's a question. There's a question that just popped up. It's not showing. I don't know if. Yeah, okay, if you like. Okay. All right, so nice. Let me just thank Lionel for his time and his contributions. I think that that is where we would be bringing the session on Afrobarometer to an end. If there are any more comments or contributions, you can put your hands up and I'll engage you. We can do this for a while as we get ready for the last session of the day. And the session for the day, which is the last one to climax today, which is day 3, is the 21st Century Pan-African Education, Building Strong Institutional Frameworks for Economic and Educational Advancement by Marcus Garvey, Institute for Human Development and Center for Global Africa, USA. So this session is the last but not the least of the day. However, if you have any comments to make on the Afrobarometer, Rich Lionel, he's still with us, he's still left, so you can get in touch with him. Let's pick some few comments that's come. Okay, so just contact sharing via the comment section. I think today's Thursday, so this way, through this program, you can also build partnerships as well. Dr. Amas E.E. Shikongo, Doc, you can go ahead with your camera on.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm calling from Namibia, or I'm training from Namibia, from the University of Namibia. I actually want to follow up on the question that you asked yourself, because you asked a very important question and it was answered, but I'm also wondering whether the answer itself was based on any data also because that response, I think we also need to interrogate it, whether there has been any monitoring to see whether the data has been actually used or not, or it's just a feeling that the governments, they are not actually using this data. So maybe that is another topic on its own for a barometer to actually do, so that they can give us.
We actually have time. We have time. We have time to discuss what you're bringing over. We have time to discuss it. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes. So I'm just wondering whether we have empirical data on that, the response itself, because the question you're asking is very important, and otherwise, the data being generated so much, if it's not really being used, and there is no system to monitor how it's being used, then it will end up just being useless, just being there online and being used by others and stuff like that. So I'm more curious about the empirical nature of the response itself, whether it's something.
So, Dr. Amas, thank you very much for this remark or question. I think I addressed it earlier on, that we have a team. Maybe I didn't go into further details. We have our communication and data analysis team, which actually track these things everywhere Afrobarometer has been used, in any reports, any presentation, in anywhere we have government officials or in the academic domain, our data has been used. So there are empirical basis for this. I just have that here with me in my position, but we have our communication side working hard to make sure that we are tracking some of these things. So every round we do analysis to know how many times Afrobarometer fundings have been cited by government across the continent. So though this data is available, you can reach out to us and we can communicate this to you anytime you want. So we are actually doing this and I totally agree with you. We are not just conducting survey for the data to go somewhere in one drop. A lot of Afrobarometer survey, we have evidence for that in Ghana, Zimbabwe, and so many other African countries.
Okay. All right. So, I don't know. Would you want to add anything more, or you want more questions in the house?
Oh, Dr. Anjima, if you're asking me if I want more questions to be asked, I will say no.
You know, so earlier, what about if you had any empirical information about if governments were working with your data? Another question that one also want to know is that who do you work for? So everybody wants to know. Afrobarometer, is it a national, is it an African Union affiliated statistical organization? Are you on your own and taking research for whose purpose? So who actually is calling on Afrobarometer for all this rest? Are you hired to collect data for who? So who do you do this for? Is it just for the people, or you do it for governments, or you do it for the continent? Who do you do this for?
So we do it for the benefit of the African people. We don't work with any government organizations. So we make sure that the national partners that we recruit in all our countries where we do operate have no or limited ties with government, except any survey contract they may have gotten from the government in the course of the business they are running. But we don't do work with government. We interact with government once we have collected our data for them to be aware of it with the expectation that they will use it. So we also have some projects we are running in association with the African Union, but we have a list of people funding Afrobarometer. This list is available on our website. As I was saying, Afrobarometer has been set up to give a voice to the African citizens, and everything about Afrobarometer is out there. It is open, free for everyone to consult and get the information requested.
All right. So we're still on Afrobarometer. I think your session is getting so much traction. It has so much interest to our guests. They just can't let you go because they really want to know more about what you do as Afrobarometer. And one question that came into here was how visible are you on the continent? Do you have subsidiaries across the continent? Do you have offices or branch offices? And can you share with us how you do your operations across other countries? Do you travel there, or you have got coordinates there who undertake the research and give you the data? And how are they also? What are the conditions they face over there in their reports? Do they bring you some of the cultural resistance or acceptance? What are some of these the ones that you guys face on the grounds, on the various coordinates within the continent?
So Afrobarometer is headquartered in Ghana, Accra. Headquarters, the secretariat is in Ghana. Afrobarometer is structured in such a way that the secretariat is in Ghana, but we do work with what we call core partners in every region of the continent. So in the West, the Anglophone West Africa and Francophone Africa, those countries are under CDD Ghana. The Ghana Center for Democratic Development is actually the Afrobarometer core partner for this region and also for North Africa. We have IGR in Southern Africa in charge of Southern African countries. We have IDS based, IGR is based at the University of Cape Town. We have the IDS core partner IDS, which is based at the University of Nairobi, which is in charge of Eastern African countries. So we have the secretariat headquarters in Accra. We have one core partner in Accra, one in Cape Town, one in Nairobi. So all these three core partners are in charge of the 42 countries under in the Afrobarometer network. So the latter part of the question about the cultural challenges, or I didn't hear it well. So if you can repeat it for me.
So in data collection, there are diversities that you would actually come across. So diversities in language, diversities in cultural patterns. And as a data collector, if you get to a place where language-wise there is a diversity, the ways of approaching people are diverse, how do you, what are the approaches that you run your people to your field agents through to appreciate these diversities and also are able to meddle properly and get the information they need? Do you have any trainings you do on language diversity? Do you teach languages?
So
do you teach culture?
I think I said it earlier. So when I was doing the introduction, that we don't only conduct surveys in official languages of countries. We do make sure, because we want to give a voice to African citizens, we make sure that our surveys, our questionnaires are translated in the most spoken 4 or 5 local languages in the country. And in training our respondents, so we send them to regions, they are conversant with the language and with the culture. We usually send people to the regions where they are originally from in order to mitigate this kind of cultural bias, values, and challenges. So when you are sending a local person to a particular area or community, it facilitates the entry. And we also, when we are going, especially the rural areas, we do what we call, and it is part of our protocol across all our countries, we do what we call community entry. We go and see the chiefs, the local councils, and so on. So we discuss with them. We tell them what we've come doing in their area, and we want them to support us. Usually, they are very welcoming. They give us someone who will take us around, canvassing the area, telling the people that those are the people. They came to the chief and they introduce themselves, that this is what they are doing, and so it facilitates our work. So we have it in our protocol. We send people conversant to the area where they are going to do the survey.
That's great. That's great. And you know, if you do a survey on your own very, I would say, balanced scale, your questions are not aligned. However, when your findings come out, do you get any backlash or attack from political parties saying that your findings actually go against the party's regime? Do you get those kind of brawls from political parties or, let's say, political?
Yes, we have got instances where we have got some in some of the countries, especially, you know, we have a lot of questions about corruption, trust in institutions, approvals of government performance in addressing key issues concerning people daily lives. And, you know, naturally, sometimes those in power are not taking those results in good faith. What we have constantly received as a backlash is people trying. So at first, people were trying to fight our methodology, but we have been able to demonstrate across the years that our methodology was robust, it was very solid, statistically coherent, and so those attacks have diminished across the continent. So, but the backlashes are, I would say, are normal and natural. Government will always defend himself if there are findings out there saying they are not doing a good job, in order for the people or the political opponent to pick it up, not to pick it up and run away with it and do their political discourse around it, saying that even the Afrobarometer. So we have this. The opposition political parties are using our data in majority of the countries to attack the government. Then the government, in response, also attacks either Afrobarometer or the opposition political parties. So we have had some over the years, and we think it's not. I will not say natural. I think it's normal for government to respond to that. Maybe they are not responding the way they should, but it is what it is. There is a reality we have in our continent.
Yeah, it is what it is. There are a lot of people on this platform who have heard you speak, and they actually love what you do as data collectors, who bring out findings which are very, very interesting and overwhelming. If anybody wants to be a field agent to collect data for Afrobarometer, or let's say I want to be part of the field people to lead the course of collecting data, how can one do this? How do I, what's the steps to be part of the field team to collect data for Afrobarometer?
I think every national partner in every country has its own method of recruiting field workers.
Okay.
But what I would advise someone to do is to make his ambitions to conduct Afrobarometer known to the organization to running Afrobarometer in the country, sending an email, contacting them, let them know, sending a CV. I know you recently did this survey, but in the next round, I would like to be part. This is my CV. Those are my areas of interest, and so on and so. So make yourself known to the people. And when times comes, when they are selecting, usually majority of the national partners, they recruit 50 or 60% of people from the same group of those who conducted the previous survey, but they are always new faces, and any African willing to be part can be part of those new faces, provided that the person contacts the appropriate organization in charge of Afrobarometer in the country.
Awesome. So this is where we'll draw the curtains with Lionel Osei Asima. He's been awesome. That's fun. The conversation has been great, and I have really enjoyed time with you on this one. So we're preparing for the next session. So if you look on your programs, we'll have the 21st Century Pan-African Education, building strong institutional frameworks for economic and educational advancement by the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development and Center for Global Africa, USA. So this session is the last for the day before we can say thank you for today. And I think that let me just put this one for my loyal participants. You've been so loyal and you've been so glued. You've not left us. Right from the morning to this moment, you're still with us, participating fully. And I want to say thank you so much for being loyal to the AAU thus far. So, Lionel, it's time to take a bow. Thank you so much. We'll get in touch with you next time and that time and know how things are going with you on the data collection side of the business. But for now, we'll be taking a short break. And after the break, we'll have the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development and Center for Global Africa, USA, coming in to take us through their session on 21st Century Pan-African Education. That will be happening at 15 o'clock GMT. So we're just having few minutes to get there. So my team on the chat box kindly throwing the message that we'll be having the last session for the day beginning at 15 o'clock GMT and not 14 o'clock GMT. We've been able to negotiate for an earlier start. So 15 o'clock GMT, we'll be having the last session of the day starting and not 14 o'clock GMT. So rest assured that it wouldn't take so much time. We're having less than 45 minutes, 10 minutes break. So we wouldn't go that much far. We'll take a brief break. Some videos playing through, and we'll take consent. So at this moment, if you're a participant who has been in the program for a long while and you want to share your view on what you've heard thus far, any message to the AAU you want to share, you have the room to put your hands up and then send a message on what you've experienced so far on the week celebration, a message to the AAU. You have the window now for you to also let your voice be heard. So we can do it this way. Tell us your name, where you're joining from, your institution, and what has been your takeaway thus far. Maybe you've had several lessons or several important notes you've made from the beginning to this point. You can share with us also. We can appreciate. If you want a message for the AAU as well that you want us to consider, you can also bring it in. We're all in this together. Rafia, are you contributing? Or let's do it this way. I'm going to the chat box. I'm going to my participants. I'll call on you to kindly give me your take thus far. What has been your experience thus far on the celebration? Was there any important notes you made that you want to share? So we can all learn from that. I call that unified learning. So let me just go to Kamaruddin Alim. Sir, I can see you're slightly busy, but if you could just hit on to me just for a minute and share with me what your key takeaways have been thus far. What have been your key takeaways? You want to share one or two with us? We appreciate. So, Kamaruddin, all you have to do is unmute yourself. Yeah, I think Kamaruddin is not responding. Okay, there you are. There you are. Can you hear me, sir? Okay. Sorry, Kamaruddin. I think that it's taken a while to hear from you. Let's hear from Adetola Dasolu. Can you hear me, please? Don't worry, Sir Alim, we'll come back. Don't worry, we'll come back to you. Adetola, you can go ahead and put your camera on and unmute. Adetola is also not responding. And let's now move to Sir, can you hear me? Okay, you are. Can we hear from you on your takeaways thus far? Did you join pretty early, or did you join quite late? But what has been your takeaway from the presentations thus far?
Well, if I may speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say I'm really glad to have attended this session this afternoon, although I've been in and out of it because of the network and all of that. But I was glad to learn about the Afrobarometer. I think hitherto what we were all very familiar with were the WDI means of data and all of that. So I intend to explore this to see what I can use there for my research. Thank you.
So much, for your very candid, on what we shared thus far. That is from Nelson Zengini. My name is Dr. Zengini from Chinhoyi University of Technology, Zimbabwe. My concern is on the matrix used to rank universities on the world stage. So Eurocentric and biased against African universities, kind of organizations such as Afrobarometer, something about this. I believe that Lionel has left. Let me see. He's left. Okay, he's left. But I believe that they can work around it. And also, you may have heard about the African quality assurance rating system. There is an African quality rating mechanism emerging. So that's concern about having an African system to assess and evaluate African universities and their quality and also their standards will be achieved shortly when the African Equality Ranking Mechanism is realized fully through the HACA and PACA projects. There's a whole lot more you want to find out. You can visit the AAU website, aau.org, www.aau.org, for you to find out more about the AAU's efforts in harmonizing quality assurance in the African continent. Let's hear from your view about your takeaways thus far. Hi, Joseph, can you hear me? Okay, and I would go to Ibrahim. Hi, Ibrahim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so Ibrahim Ismaila is right here. And Ibrahim, tell us what has been your... Good afternoon, how you doing?
Yes, my takeaways.
I wanted to know what has been your takeaways. So what would you want to share with us? What have you really taken from the event thus far? We began with the session on TNS, Thriving in STEM. Then with Afrobarometer, we're yet to have a special one the next 30 minutes. But what has been your takeaway so far whilst you joined?
Yes, well, my major takeaways have been some methods and techniques on practical experience on how to teach students, some hands-on activities and methods to take up all these activities to teach in our universities. But my just little request is, if possible, if we can share some of the materials that were used by some of the facilitators, because like one of the, can I say, comment I just commented a moment ago, sometimes the network in our communities or maybe country, due to one reason or the other, makes it a bit difficult for us to follow all the classes all through. But the different times we're able to join, we gained a lot actually on apart from the Afrobarometer method and of conducting different surveys. We've learned a lot actually, and I believe it's going to go a long way. But those documents, or can I say PDF materials that we used to present to us here, if it can be shared through our email, or if a link can be dropped for us to download it through, I think we'll be very happy if the AAU can help us with that.
All right. The AAU will do that for you. So right after the event, we'll try and then get the videos and then share with all participants who joined as a top-up to catch up on all the time we lost. We appreciate that concern. And let me go and see if I can find Andrew to also share their view. Andrew Agbon, can you hear me? Okay. How about Bakari Sabali? Can you hear me? Let's have randomly, or when I call you, you can still share your view. Okay, so I think Edward just said also after the short calls on AI. Edward, would you want to talk about this? Okay, how about Karim Wumpuni Fuseni? Can you hear me? Would you want to unmute yourself and then share your takeaways from the sessions thus far? I have John P. Stillis right here. He's a prolific person when it comes to chats and comments. Hi, John. Can you hear me? I'm trying to make you unmute yourself, John. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Hello.
Hi, John. Nice to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I have two questions. I have been following the celebrations since 3 years ago till date. I'm from Sierra Leone, Eastern Technical University. How can we become a member? Because I've tried. They first gave me a link to East Africa Forum. I joined, but my institution is not a member of the AAU. That's question number one. How can we join as an institution? Personally, I've been part of the AAU. Question number two is the last. Question number two is the last presentation. I really want to know how far that's the follow-up issue, and how can we get. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Okay. Yeah, the last presentation, how can we get a feedback from what the other governments, that is the countries that we are named in that research, how can we get their feedbacks? Because like knowing what they have already implemented or planning to implement, other African countries like mine, Sierra Leone, which was not mentioned, will likely copy. And they will try to infix it into our educational system. The third question is, there was a mention of STEM. That is the sciences. How can we make it marketable? How can we make it marketable to the rural areas of our countries? That's my three questions.
Okay. So I can only provide you some information, and the rest you have to follow up on it. So you promise me that you do that, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right. So if you want to be a member of the AAU, you would have to understand there are two kinds of membership. So we have the full members and also the associate members. So if you want more details on your institution, yesterday we had the memberships officer providing all the steps if you want to be a member. So I'm going to drop her email on the chat section so you can get it up and follow up. So it's over there. So check the chat section, you'll find that I put an email there.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so contact elari@aau.org and she'll be glad to give you all the information you need to be a member of the AAU from Sierra Leone, all right?
Okay.
But you must be an institution, all right? Not an individual, an institution, all right? All right, so I'm glad that Edward would want to talk to me. Edward, go ahead.
My name is Professor Bantu from Kawari University in Uganda. Kawari University is a member of the AAU, and I was very excited to be part of this celebration. My takeaway are as follows. One, we need to advance and enhance collaborations and partnerships in countries that are developing. I was excited to hear the University of Namibia, University of Ghana, and I think we can be able to hold conferences on very topical issues, and more important that came in during the discussion was the plight of the special needs, persons with disability. And also, I was proposing that we can have an online course on artificial intelligence. And I think this will revitalize the research agenda that our postgraduate students have. And then, of course, the last takeaway is that we need to collect data and have a data bank where most of the current studies are done, and then we can be able to share the data. Otherwise, it was a very enriching experience, and it is inevitable. We can't keep quiet because universities are supposed to be laboratories for knowledge, and coming up with a unified format, especially the Association of African Universities, is one way of trying to diagnose Africa's problems and try to be able to fight the three diseases that people often talk about the disease of ignorance, poverty, and disease. And I think we can have a concerted collaboration in these institutions. Finally, I welcome you to Kawa University. Kawa University is just at the border of 4 countries, that is Rwanda, Burundi, Democratic Republic of Congo, then of course Tanzania and Uganda. So maybe the next conference after Morocco, we can think about Uganda and have it hosted at Kawari University. Thank you very much.
So much, and that's a very wonderful one from you, Professor Bantu. I like the fact that you're inviting us to also be there. I can't wait to also be in your university and see how wonderful you're doing over there. And thank you for being a member of the AAU. That's a good thing. That's great. And I want to see more hands trying to share your views on how you want to join the program. I can see Mr. Rasmus Queen, he's chilling, freezing somewhere possibly Russia. Hello, sir. I believe you're doing good. All right. So if you still want to participate, if you want to share your view on how things are going with you, your experience that's from on the program, we just have a few minutes to start the next session. So you may want to share with us your investee. Are you a member of the AAU? And what are your takeaways from the week celebration thus far? We're still taking views. Okay, so I see this from Adetola Daswalu, who says, my name is Dr. Adetola Daswalu. I am from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. The means and path to strengthen more practicals in African universities are highly needed. More often, funding and policy implementation are more problematic, especially in Nigeria. Not all the totality of African educational systems are inadequate. Collaboration, partnership, and innovation can go a long way to shape and enhance African universities' achievements. I will appreciate the short course on AI. It can be highly remedial and aid further technological growth in Africa. So that's well noted. I'm glad that you all rely on, look forward to the AAU to start something like this on AI for you, and it will be considered. Well noted on that. And we believe that we'll have you to participate. When the course is rolled in, you will participate. So we get value for value. All right. We have more. So let me just find more persons in the house who want to give us their views, how things are going as far. I have Frida Matheson. Hi, Frida. Would you want to share with us your view thus far? Okay, let's go to Genevieve. Genevieve Wanjala. You can unmute yourself and share with us your views.
Genevieve Wanjala.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, Genevieve. How you doing?
Yeah, I joined late. Sorry. So I missed quite a lot. I am just now at the moment listening in to everything that's going on.
Okay.
I came in a bit late, so I'm really not well informed.
Okay, it's fine. We appreciate that. Felicia Ibuka. So I've been seeing Felicia joined in for a long time, and Felicia has been very ardent and sharing her views. So Felicia, since I know that you began right from the early point, I would want to engage you to share with us what your views have been thus far, takeaways thus far. You can unmute yourself, Felicia. We can hear from you. That she may have a great something. Just to inform you that 10 minutes to 3 o'clock GMT, we'll have a short video interlude just to prepare the speakers for the final session for the day. So just for you all to be aware, you don't have to leave off. Don't leave the meeting. Just relax and participate in what's going to happen with the video interlude. Just for 10 minutes, we'll have the final session start up. The speakers are getting ready, and we want to go for a short break. Just a 10 minutes break. They'll be back 5 minutes for the video, 5 minutes for the prep up for the speakers, so we can have the final session on the way. So if we all agree that we're not going anywhere, we'll stay and participate in the final session, then I would want to say thank you so much for that, and let's get ready for a video interlude just right now. So this video interlude just for you to stretch. Just stretch. You've been on your seat for a long while. It's been hours. You've been on your seat. So kindly take this few minutes to step up, do some stretch, drink some water, and get refreshed, because we have one more session to go. We'll catch you.
CGC Show is back on your screens. This season on the CGC Show bring you nothing short of interesting and of course educative interviews. We are going to delve into the areas of technical and vocational education and training, TVET. We will get interactive with our professional and well-experienced guests to educate us on how to attain the career path you have been dreaming of in TVET. On the show, we focus mainly on highlighting career opportunities and job prospects available in the program you are studying or yet to read at the tertiary level. Better yet, we help you understand that whatever venture you are in can contribute to the economic development of our beautiful continent. Join me, Mr. Akon, on the CGC Show on AAU TV as I engage experts and professionals to help build and nurture your career. The CGC Show, your trusted pathway to your dreams.
The ACE project is celebrating 10 years of academic excellence.
The project has given thousands of students access to top-notch research infrastructure,
encouraging internationalization and education,
ensuring international accreditation of programs,
solving problems in health, education, agri, STEM, environment, and more.
The ACE project is phenomenal and exceptional.
When I think of the ACE project, I think of possibilities.
Academic support.
It is a game changer.
We are proud products of the ACE project.
ACE at 10.
For decades, Africa has been battling diseases such as malaria, HIV/AIDS, Ebola, tuberculosis, cholera, dengue fever, and others which have claimed millions of lives, including those of young children. Out of the 53 Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence, 13 in Burkina Faso, Ghana, Guinea, Nigeria, and Senegal, and in the health thematic area, have been collaborating to undertake scientific research and build a critical mass of experts to strengthen the sector and overcome its peculiar challenges. The Africa Center of Excellence in Genomics and Infectious Diseases, ACEGID, and the West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, WACBIP, have over the years contributed significantly to disease control, prevention, and health-focused research in Africa.
Within 4 months of the Ebola outbreak, we did something that has never been done in the history of science before. We were able to develop a 10-minute rapid diagnostic test for Ebola. That is the only test which is today approved by the US FDA and WHO. So the introduction of that test actually in the field, knowing within 10 minutes that somebody was infected or not, was a major turning point to contain the outbreak.
Look at the impact that we and others have had on COVID. When you hear about Delta variant, we are the ones who put it out there that you have Delta variant in Ghana. Because the research that we do, the ability to sequence viruses and identify variants did not exist 10 years ago. We are now able to do these things because we built a capacity for it, because we had ACE programs that allowed us to buy expensive equipment and train people to be able to do this type of high quality research and compete.
Other centers have also registered tremendous impact under the project. Students within the Health Centers of Excellence undertake key research projects that directly tackle health problems in the sub-region. A shining example is research being undertaken by students with a focus on the treatment of burns using locally available and less expensive products.
Je mène des travaux de recherche autour de la formulation d'une crème à base de miel et de beurre de karité associée à des extraits de plantes qui sont reconnus par les tradithérapeutes comme ayant des propriétés cicatrisantes sur les plaies et les brûlures. Ces travaux s'inscrivent dans la dynamique du CAC Forum qui est de contribuer à la valorisation des ressources naturelles locales produites au Burkina Faso.
This innovative research, which has been successfully patented, is critical when a country like Burkina Faso, where about 13.7% of children under the age of 5 are admitted to hospitals for burns. To foster closer collaboration and reap optimum benefits, including pulling resources together to achieve a common goal, 2 health networks, namely WANIDA and REMCHAN, have been established. Together, all 13 health thematic centers are working to strengthen Africa's health systems through key research and interventions in line with fostering world-class research excellence and providing life-saving information on disease prevention, control, and treatments.
The CGC Show is back on your screens. This season on the CGC Show bring you nothing short of interesting and of course educative interviews. We are going to delve into the areas of technical and vocational education and training, TVET. We will get interactive with our professional and well-experienced guests to educate us on how to attain the career path you have been dreaming of in TVET. On the show, we focus mainly on highlighting career opportunities and job prospects available in the program you are studying or yet to read at the tertiary level. Better yet, we help you understand that whatever venture you are in can contribute to the economic development of our beautiful continent. Join me, Mr. Ako, on the CGC Show on AAU TV as I engage experts and professionals to help build and nurture your career. The CGC Show, your trusted pathway to your dreams.
In Africa, the academic institutions have had shortage of funding. So ACE has brought funding into the academic sector, into the educational sector. The other thing is that it has brought in collaboration. So resources have come in, the human capacity are now collaborating. You can see Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Uganda, Mauritius, Egypt, all collaborating. The institution and the industry have met. They have not just met, they are now also doing a lot of knowledge transfer. The industry has also seen the value add. And even when you begin to look at even in subnational and national policies, you are seeing all the reflection. Everybody is now involved. It has also now brought excellence. Excellence across fields, across education, across health, across public health, across technology. And when you begin to triangulate all those things together, the sky is the limit. You are shooting for the stars. I think 10 years of ACE has really added value across the value chain of education in Africa. And I think this is really worthy of emulation. And it shouldn't stop. We are shooting for the stars.
For decades, Africa has been battling diseases such as malaria, HIV/AIDS, Ebola, tuberculosis, cholera, dengue fever, and others which have claimed millions of lives, including those of young children. Out of the 53 Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence, 13 in Burkina Faso, Ghana, Guinea, Nigeria, and Senegal, and in the health thematic area, have been collaborating to undertake scientific research and build a critical mass of experts to strengthen the sector and overcome its peculiar challenges. The Africa Center of Excellence in Genomics and Infectious Diseases, ACEGID, and the West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, WACBIP, have over the years contributed significantly to disease control, prevention, and health-focused research in Africa.
Within 4 months of the Ebola outbreak, we did something that has never been done in the history of science before. We were able to develop a 10-minute rapid diagnostic test for Ebola. That is the only test which is today approved by the US FDA and WHO. So the introduction of that test actually in the field, knowing within 10 minutes that somebody was infected or not, was a major turning point to contain the outbreak.
Look at the impact that we and others have had on COVID. When you hear about Delta variant, we are the ones who put it out there that you have Delta variant in Ghana. Because the research that we do, the ability to sequence viruses and identify variants did not exist 10 years ago. We are now able to do these things because we built a capacity for it, because we had ACE programs that allowed us to buy expensive equipment and train people to be able to do this type of high quality research and compete.
Other centers have also registered tremendous impact under the project. Students within the Health Centers of Excellence undertake key research projects that directly tackle health problems in the sub-region. A shining example is research being undertaken by a student with a focus on the treatment of burns using locally available and less expensive products.
Je mène des travaux de recherche autour de la formulation d'une crème à base de miel et de beurre de karité associée à des extraits de plantes qui sont reconnus par les tradithérapeutes comme ayant des propriétés cicatrisantes sur les plaies et les brûlures. Ces travaux s'inscrivent dans la dynamique du CAC Forum qui est de contribuer à la valorisation des ressources naturelles locales produites au Burkina Faso.
This innovative research, which has been successfully patented, is critical in a country like Burkina Faso, where about 13.7% of children under the age of 5 are admitted to hospitals for burns. To foster closer collaboration and reap optimum benefits, including pulling resources together to achieve a common goal, 2 health networks, namely WANIDA and REMCHAN, have been established. Together, all 13 health thematic centers are working to strengthen Africa's health systems through key research and interventions in line with fostering world-class research excellence and providing life-saving information on disease prevention, control, and treatments.
Building centers of excellence in Africa aims to support human capital development, which is critical for achieving economic growth, reducing poverty, and stemming the brain drain of young people who seek opportunities outside the region.
We needed a lot of improvement in the science, technologies, and engineering. And with the ACE, we are able to at least take the first step towards the achievement of that by upgrading an institution like GTTI, the Gambia Technical Training Institute, to a University of Applied Science and Engineering and Technology.
Many of our universities have not been able to carry out research that are relevant to the needs of the industry. Researchers in many African universities have not been find it easy to network each other, and many of them find it difficult to get funding for their research work. In addition, they find it difficult to get appropriate facilities to carry out their research.
The Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence project is a World Bank flagship initiative in collaboration with 20 African governments, the Association of African Universities, Inter-University Council for East Africa, and the French Development Agency, AFD. The project supports 75 centers of excellence in 50 universities in Africa to respond to regional developmental challenges. The ACE project was funded with an initial amount of $587 million from the World Bank and $72 million from the AFD.
The ACE Impact project aims to advance quality and quantity
access to postgraduate education within the region in selected universities through regional specialization and collaboration.
Since the inception of the project in 2014, the ACE project has trained about 70,000 students, with close to 7,000 being PhDs, about 30,000 master's students, and almost 15,000 females. Of the total enrollment, above 20,000 are regional students and almost 40,000 are professional short course students. Over 12,000 students have benefited from practical internships. Close to 10,000 research articles published in international and peer-reviewed journals. Almost $200 million externally generated.
Nous avons la possibilité de travailler avec des chercheurs un peu partout dans le monde, du Canada, du Sénégal, de la France. Moi, personnellement, j'ai eu à travailler avec des chercheurs du Sénégal grâce au CEA qui nous offre des partenariats un peu partout dans le monde.
The ACE is a series implemented since 2014. Under the project, 3 cohorts of ACEs have been introduced, namely ACE 1, ACE 2, and ACE Impact, involving various African countries. The project is supporting Nigeria's National Research and Education Network in the digitization of Nigerian higher education institutions.
We are happy that the government has learned from the experience we have with the World Bank supported Centers of Excellence, and the government is now facilitating the establishment of other Centers of Excellence within the Nigerian universities.
Through funding from the World Bank and the AFD, centers have come together to form 12 multidisciplinary thematic regional networks and are collaborating to address various development challenges.
Enhancements, which brings us to the panel today, once again, in terms of, what kinds of ways in which we are professors creating the kinds of curriculums that are solving problems that, have economies to them and that are very relevant. Because as it was mentioned yesterday, we must have targeted outcomes and relevant competencies and skills that I'll make 2 additions to. That what we talked about yesterday is linked to partnerships with the 6th region, which is why we're here today. And the second thing that I'd like to add is that what we produce in the classroom for students must comprise experiential learning as well as experiential learning. And in this case, as our partnerships, AAU and the Center for Global Africa linked to Agenda 2063 in the African Union, in this being a year of education, educating an African fit for the 21st century, we should look at models in which we can work together to further that theme so that we adapt that theme moving forward, that it doesn't just end in Addis next year, 2025. And as I'm understanding, that a new theme will take place, which is reparations, which we still can link to as academic institutions, but we need to hold fast to furthering these necessary partnerships to produce the outcomes as we talked about yesterday in the furtherance of competencies and skill sets, so that we adopt this theme as institutions and officially make that part of our mandate to continually advance this theme, most importantly, linked to models that are efficient and effective, but also models that can create the kinds of joint resourcing that we need to move all of our interests further so that the theme, Educating an African Fit for the 21st Century, can really have the kinds of structural designs necessary to make it successful. And that's why this multidisciplinary panel is very important, because you'll see that the next two speakers, Professor Jeffrey Richardson and Professor Rosalie Hamilton, will demonstrate this multidisciplinary way in which their scholarship comes together to help address these critical needs that we outlined yesterday and that we're talking about today. So with that, I'm going to pause. And I don't know, Dr. Darko, are you going to introduce the panelists, or should I say something? Yes. Thank you so much.
All right. So if you were to go ahead, I'll do that. So who's next? Who do we put our call? There are a lot of them right here. Should I go ahead and then read over the... Okay, so Professor Jeffrey, I read earlier, if you can hear me. So Professor Jeffrey L. Richardson is with the Center for Global Africa Scholars Network. Jeffrey Richardson is an educator, organizational consultant, activist, organizer, and owner of the social venture solar company Mali Energy Incorporation. He is a faculty member in the University of Delaware Department of Africana Studies, where he teaches courses in Africana philosophy, mental justice, and in 2024, he course added, which is Pan-Africanism in the 21st century. Jeffrey has over 40 years of organizational development and consulting experience in increasing the accountability of systems to low-income and people of color communities. His background as a community and labor organizer informs his teaching and ongoing work in support racial, social, economic, and environmental justice initiatives. Glad to have you, Professor Jeffrey Richardson.
Well, great. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you for the great introduction. I'm honored to be here with AAU, CGA scholars, on this great panel of such skilled, knowledgeable individuals and all of the attendees. And I want to thank you. And also for Dr. Garvey, just the honor to be here, and met you once in Wilmington and just Wilmington, Delaware. And just thank you so much again for the opportunity to participate in this process. What I want to do is I'll go through a few slides and then jump back on just to kind of talk about the process in line with everything that has been said. My dear Professor Brother Ezra, thank you very much again. So let me share my screen and then walk through these slides, and hopefully they will address some of the issues that we're talking about. Okay. So again, thank you again for this opportunity. I want to get right into the presentation. Speaking of Dr. Garvey, Marcus Garvey, we have a couple of quotes here I just put up. One is, people without the knowledge of their past, history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. I'm sure people have heard of that. And then if you've heard singer Bob Marley, you've probably heard this possibly. We're going to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery, because whilst others might free the body, none but ourselves can free the mind. Mind is your only ruler, sovereign. Speaking of sovereignty, sovereignty over ourselves, our own minds initially. The man who is not able to develop and use his mind is bound to be the slave of the other man who uses his mind. Marcus Garvey. I want to start off by talking a little bit about principles of environmental justice. I'll go through these very quickly. There's actually 17 of them. I'm not going to read all 17 of them. It'll take too long. But this was done in 1991. This is in Washington, D.C. People from all over the world came together to really address this issue of the degradation of the environment and the particular impact on people of color. And we can talk specifically about Africa being centered in these discussions. This is their preamble, but I want you to get a sense of the politics of this related to the environment and people. We, the people of color, gathered together at this multinational People of Color Environmental Leadership Summit to begin to build a national and international movement of all peoples of color to fight the destruction and taking of our lands and communities, do hereby reestablish our spiritual interdependence to the sacredness of our Mother Earth, to respect and celebrate each of our cultures, languages, and beliefs about the natural world and our roles in healing ourselves, to ensure environmental justice, to promote economic alternatives which will contribute to the development of environmentally safe livelihoods, and to secure our political, economic, and cultural liberation that has been denied for over 500 years of colonization and oppression, resulting in the poisoning of our communities and land and the genocide of our peoples, do affirm and adopt these principles of environmental justice. So this was in 1991, October. This is kind of these are the principles that kind of guide the environmental justice movement, or should, and this is what they were developed for. Here's a listing of a few others. Again, I won't go through all of them, but again, the sacredness of the Mother Earth, sharing some principles and values related to this, affirming, number 5, the fundamental political, economic, cultural, and environmental self-determination of all peoples. This is critical when we talk about the environment and resources. And environmental justice opposes the destructive operations of multinational corporations. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. And then demanding the cessation and production of all toxins, et cetera, et cetera. So it's getting to the roots of what is produced, how it's produced, and the impact on people. The principles of environmental justice. We live in a petrochemical economy globally. Oil is at the center of so much of this, and it is so much at the center of this focus on climate change. We have the extraction of resources, oil, drilling. We have facilities that are then producing, burning this carbon into the air, and the shipping of these materials, oil. You see trains carrying the oil to be refined. This is partly where this process starts. The extraction of resources, whether it's agriculture, fishing, trees, etc., and the destructive nature of this when it's uncontrolled and disconnected from the needs of the people. Because this extraction is for companies, multinational corporations, and frequently for those nations that are former colonizers of Africa. This is a picture of Europe and Africa at night. And this kind of shows where this kind of goes. We have Europe at night all lit up, and we have Africa, which has significant challenges around electrification. This is something that was purposely done because the reason for taking the resources was to build Europe and other places, not Africa. And this is a challenge that we're working through right now. And electrification also is key for industrialization, etc. I want to add one more element of this. This is not unintentional. The taking of resources, the out of control extraction, the pollution there to suck out resources to take to other countries is something that is protected. It is organized to maintain it in place. I just have a couple maps here. This is just one country. I happen to live in a place called the United States of America. Just wanted to give you a visual of some maps of bases and military activity from the United States on African soil. And other countries are engaged, but the United States is significantly engaged. Obviously, former colonizers like France, others, etc. And this is about the minerals. And I think this is critically important to understand in terms of the discussion about the environment. What can be done at local level, country level, but what has to be done at a continental level, and understanding the challenges that we face and what we must fight against. This is a small statement from COP29, which is going on right now, coincidentally, right? This is from the United Nations, and they list out things like scaling up electricity, ensuring the implementation to achieve global energy efficiency, maintain, focus on cutting emissions, etc. All these things have to be working through this political environment, which means that Africa must control its resources to do this. I've been asked to give a couple of examples of ways that this can be done for rural communities, communities that are significantly perhaps under-resourced communities. Things like solar ovens. These are things that are really basic technologies that can be used for very rural communities. Here's the use of solar to pump water. On the side of this dwelling here, there are faucets where people can get the water. Now they don't have to go to the water, dig it out. They go to this facility and the water is available because it's being pumped out through engines which use solar. These are solar ovens, no electricity required, just using the sun. And small lights like these can be available for people in very rural communities just to help light those houses for electricity. And these units can be made larger with a single panel with wires, etc. So we can do things like electrification, cookers, small power lights, solar power water purification, and of course the planting of trees and community agriculture that have opportunities to create jobs for people as well to strengthen the local economy and the health of people. Here's a larger application of solar. This is a microgrid. We have small communities. They are disconnected from a large grid. They may be remote, but with the implementation of solar, it is possible to then provide power for people in very remote areas. So they have their own power center right within their community. This again involves teaching principles of photovoltaics, electricity, connecting the community to solving problems and building skills and helping to apply and install systems like this. So there's an educational component of all of this. What role can diaspora scholars play in this? One, I think, is to promulgate these Pan-African principles, joint and coordinated policy efforts at international conferences like COP29, African diaspora environmental networks, that we develop conscious efforts to connect people around these issues globally and to identify key areas of need and concern when we share our resources in solving problems. Looking at regulatory practices, we have a lot of those in the United States, but if you've probably seen, we had an election. We've had problems in the past. We're going to have even more problems because, unfortunately, our new administration that's coming in next year is going to try to dismantle this. But we do have a whole body of knowledge that I think could be shared, and we can learn from each other and utilize what is effective. Research, documentation, production of educational materials that can be disseminated across the board. Environmental health and data collection and analysis. This is important to identify what the problems are, how is it connected to health, and how do we move forward with that. Educational economic relations driving environmental degradation. The degradation of the environment is connected to economics, that is, interests that want to exploit. How do we get that to be reversed so that we understand that the resources have to then support local people, local communities in Africa? And coordinated legal and political activism, boycotts of corporate offenders. Many of these companies are global. They work in this country, they work in other countries, they work on the continent of Africa. We have to coordinate efforts for those worst offenders legally, boycotting them, impacting their bottom line. That's something they understand. How do we foster innovation? I think there's going to be more discussion about this. Decolonizing the curriculum, history, language, values, leaders, goals. What do we teach? Who writes the books? How do we coordinate so that we make sure that there is a teaching of Pan-Africanism, its principles, understanding the transatlantic slave trade, colonization, anti-colonial struggles, neo-colonialism, imperialism. If people don't understand why they should fight against something, they tend not to fight against it. Why should we be concerned about unifying Africa? Well, that is to understand how Africa was carved up and why the maintenance of this current system is not in the interest of Africa. There's going to be more discussion, I'm sure, about the partnering with HBCUs. I happen to go to what is called a PWI, a predominantly white institution. We are in Africana Studies. Coincidentally, at the University of Delaware, the National Council for Black Studies, which represents Black Studies departments on campuses all across the country, is centered at our university for about the next 4 or 5 years. I think there's tremendous opportunities to leverage the specific educational skills of those resources to move that forward. And then finally, hello?
From Brandy Wine,
and finally, we then have the maximized virtual learning resources, which we're doing now, mutually beneficial technology transfer, and specific concrete projects, and then build and control communications technology and science pipelines. So the building and controlling, not just utilizing of others, but the transfer to build and control. Thank you very much. I went through that kind of swiftly, but wanted to make sure we got through all of it. And I think at the end of the day, all of these efforts require significant engagement of the community. As a person who spent a lot of time as a community organizer, it's essential that local people both understand and that the educators not educate and be separate from the community, but use education to connect to the community, to transfer their skills to people and communities so that people, one, want to attain education, two, see the application of education in improving the specific needs in their lives in a direct way. That's kind of re-engineering education, because right now it's essentially get education, get a job, make money. That is not about Pan-Africanism. That is not about helping communities. And that is not about perpetuating a need for the uplifting of communities in line with Pan-Africanism. So with that, I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeffrey, for your submission. And all participants who had, Mr. Jeffrey, would you want to send in some questions, or we should take? Now, let me just take this from Professor Aramoni. Professor Ezra, can we take that of Professor Rosalia so we can have a joint Q&A together? Okay.
Yes,
and I'll go ahead and introduce Professor Rosalia, and we can have a joint Q&A. Professor Rosalia is our next speaker. She's Professor Rosalia Hamilton, social scientist and advocate for sustainable. Oh, sorry. Professor Rosalie Hamilton, social scientist and advocate for sustainable development that improves the environment, economy, society, and governance. She has been a very vocal champion for comprehensive constitutional reform to create a Jamaican republic. And she was vice president at the University of Technology Jamaica in 2008-2018, and was awarded a professorship in the Scotiabank chair in entrepreneurship and development. She established and led the MSME Alliance, a network of small business organizations, for 10 years. In fact, I think that she would want to share with us a whole lot more about what she has to tell us today. And, you know, afterwards, you would want to engage her more because she's really resourceful. Thank you so much. Professor Ripley, you can take the floor.
Thank you so much. I really thank you for this opportunity to join this panel as a member of the Center for Global Africa Scholars Network. Thank Professor Ezra and the team. And it's really a pleasure to be here. I want to say I'm a Jamaican woman who grew up in the giant footsteps of our national hero, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And so I feel compelled to start with his words, as my colleague just did. And this time the quote is, "Education is the medium by which our people prepare for the creation of their own particular civilization and the advancement and glory of their own race." And I use that quote to highlight the fact that Marcus Garvey understood the importance of education to facilitate the development of our people. And so our challenge to educate an African fit for the 21st century, in my mind, raises a core question. What kind of education is required to achieve the kind of socioeconomic development that we need in a rapidly changing global marketplace? Now, for decades, our educational institutions have traditionally emphasized theory over practice. And too often the theories are Western theories, ill-suited to our societies and the development challenges that we face. And in so doing, we tend to devalue our own indigenous and local knowledge and the very facts of our own reality. Many of our institutions embrace teacher-centric learning and reinforce archaic rules that perpetuate inherited conformist norms embedded in our colonial institutions. In Jamaica, for example, we still struggle with how to wear our hair in school. And these rules, in spite of guidelines, still bring us back to experiences in the past where we can't be ourselves. Too often, universities focus on producing graduates with diplomas and diploma mills rather than focusing on independent thought, critical thinking and self-confidence, and of course, very importantly, innovation and just innovativeness. Many educational institutions, however, find it difficult to adjust, and they tend to choose to rely on rote learning methods and techniques because they're simple and because more interactive and student-centric approaches, especially for large classes, require significant resources and faculty competence that are often scarce. And this raises fundamental questions about the best allocation of scarce resources for education and the adequacy of the governance arrangements to enable us to achieve educational outcomes that we want. So in some countries, for example, we're spending a lot. In fact, in Jamaica, we're spending close to world average on education. But what we get in return is less than we desire. Now, in pursuing the AU Agenda 2063, one of the guiding principles that I noted for the Continental Education Strategy for Africa is good governance, leadership, and accountability in education management. Good governance and transparency and accountability are also key pillars in strengthening institutional capacity to enable us to achieve the educational outcomes that we want. I suggest, however, that these governance issues cannot really be adequately addressed unless we understand the deeper issues involved in the critical role of education to development. And of course, the limitations of the governance arrangements that we have. We may not have time to go a lot into the governance arrangements, but I'll come back to them. Let's start with the role of education and development. I see it's important to say that education is not simply a social good. It really is a key economic asset. And it's a central capital asset required for capital accumulation in a very highly competitive global economy. And the major reason we want to improve our education system is therefore to address these development challenges that we face and to lift the standard of living of our people. You know, the work that I'm doing, it's possible to show, and we've done work to show that the growth of countries' living standards, estimated by the GDP per capita, can be caused if we simultaneously do three things. Restructure our economy to ensure the growth of the capital share of GDP. If we grow the capacity to innovate and solve the problems we face, and here I note Professor Ezra pointed to the important role of problem solving. And the third one is to ensure that there's continuous productivity enhancing improvements in key institutions, especially our educational institutions. But to achieve this, we must push the frontiers of theoretical and practical knowledge. We must foster creative thinking and innovation to undertake the complex problem-solving tasks that we face, and rely less in so doing on imported solutions. Many of our countries saw that in the face of COVID-19, that we turned to the West to find solutions. And we must use our innovations and our creative approaches to upgrade our own institutions away from our colonial inheritance, to enable us to make better decisions, both at the micro and macro levels. And I think that to do this, we have to transform our educational institutions, move away from these diploma mills type approach to what our institutions, many of our institutions have become, to becoming innovators, institutions, incubators, if you like, of innovative knowledge. And it is when we do this, this will enable us to grow productivity and successfully enable us to compete in a highly competitive global marketplace, not just for the 21st century, but I think beyond, because we'll be building the core foundations of a world economy that we interact on our own terms. So global competition then requires a competent workforce with the highest skill levels to be able to achieve this. And the ILO has ranked skill levels up to 4, 1 being the lowest and 4 being the highest. And when we look at the evidence, and I'll just share some of the evidence from the Caribbean, it suggests that we're really not preparing our people to address the development challenges that we face when we think about what is required to engage the world on globally competitive terms. So in Jamaica, 77% of our employed labor force is working with little or no education. There's majority are not trained for the skills that they do, for the work that they do. And those that have skills are at the lowest levels. These are levels 1 and 2. Similar situation exists in Trinidad and Tobago, about 78%. And these workers are employed in low productivity elementary occupations, and they use the lowest skill levels, as I said, levels 1 and 2. And therefore, they do not possess the skill levels to undertake the kind of problem solving that is important for development, and the innovation and the related production and distribution that entrepreneurs need for global competition. In Jamaica and in Trinidad and Tobago, only about 23% of the employed labor force have tertiary level training and are not engaged. And many of these that have tertiary level training are not engaged in tasks that can create new capital and win entrepreneurial solutions in the global market. And this can be compared to 43% in the OECD countries. So a major consequence of this is the general underproduction of capital in Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, in spite of their oil, I must say. And this limits capacity to compete globally with countries like the OECD countries. So generally, the Caribbean labor force is undereducated relative to the requirements of global competition. And there is really incapacity to create the new kinds of knowledge and what is required to restructure our economy to create more capital goods and services, to strengthen the institutions that we need, especially our educational institution, to make our way in this global world economy. So in my mind, these are the core problems we have to confront. We have to address our educational systems and make changes such that we can deal with these developmental challenges that we face so as to improve our living standards in the 21st century. And I think if we do that, will also enable us to achieve the AU Agenda 2063 goal number 2, which is well-educated citizens and skills revolution underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. So, as I said earlier, how we allocate scarce resources to achieve these goals will require us to confront questions of good governance. And what we need there, I think, is more inclusive decision-making in education. And we want to ensure that there's more information sharing and the voices of the educators, those innovative thinkers and creators, are involved in making the key education decisions and policy decisions that will matter. I think it requires us to rethink our top-down approach to governance generally, as well as in education in particular, because this stifles innovation and simply perpetuates the status quo. Everyone simply fall in line with the leader. And if the leader is not going in a correct direction or in a direction that really stifles our development, then we all suffer. in Jamaica and in Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago, we are countries in the Caribbean engaged in discussions about reforming our constitutions. And in so doing, many of us are focusing on the effective oversight of policy making that's required to ensure that more voices are heard, more information is shared, and so we can get the kind of education system that we want. Of course, we're now in an era of AI learning, and this presents huge opportunities as well as threats as we of education, as well as access to education. But we must be concerned, I think, about the cost of accessing these technologies and the potential for worse to create the kinds of capital goods and services for export that enables us to earn foreign exchange and avoid indebtedness and the balance of payment problems. If we don't do that, we're in trouble. And so there are also issues of data privacy and related regulatory provisions. We're beginning to see that curtails access to information and access to information that we need for good governance. So these are issues we have to be concerned about, but as we go forward, we're going to be plagued with new issues, new challenges like miseducation from fake news and diseducation, distracting us from this path to learning that discourages critical thinking and distorts our understanding of the facts. So there are many challenges ahead for the 21st century, but I think that these are fertile grounds for collaboration with the AAU and the CGA partnership that enable us to jointly tackle these problems. And I think these Pan-African partnerships can find and enable us to find new solutions to these challenges and take advantage of the opportunities ahead. It provides an excellent opportunity for us in the Caribbean to share our unique experiences and perspectives with our colleagues in Africa and in the diaspora. And as we deepen our understanding of these developmental challenges that we face and the critical role that education plays in addressing the challenges, I think we can better be equipped to educate an Africa fit for the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Rosalie, for your presentation. And we're left with the very final one. I think Professor Ezra is waiting for his presentation, right, Prof? I can share your slides from here. Are you good with me?
Oh, okay. I'll just briefly go over. Yes.
Okay, so I can do that for you here. All right, so let me just share your slides for you.
Right, and these are some added thoughts to the overview that I initially gave to give some insights as to how this panel came together and the ways and means that we're working together. As I said, it's important to be able to see the need for collaborations in these interdisciplinary ways and understanding that it's a multi-pronged approach that will be most effective, that we have to see how this integration of our scholarship and intellect and being able to have education that is applicable for the times is what is critically important. So the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development and the Center for Global Africa have partnered, and we're doing multiple things with Dr. Garvey. And just to give everyone a heads up, we are also in the midst of petitioning the Biden administration in these last couple months to pardon Marcus Garvey for the unjust way in which he was targeted in 1923, which led to him being falsely accused and incarcerated for 2.5 years on a measly $25 mail fraud charge, which landed him in prison for almost 2.5 years and then ultimately deported back to Jamaica. So we're putting a documentary brief together. The trailer will be out this week, and we'll share that with you all as we're garnering support to petition the U.S. government to pardon Marcus Garvey. So that's just one of the areas that we're working with Dr. Garvey, but most importantly, to create these two-way channels so that the ways and means that Agenda 2063 is envisioned for the sixth region to work with Africa. We look at the work and practices of Marcus Garvey along with his philosophy as being a template for that. Next slide, please. And so the Center for Global Africa, we work with scholars in general, HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. We operate as an intermediary to bring together the necessary groupings of problem-solving people to bring solutions to these critical areas of issues that we face as Africans and the diaspora. We work through our integrated model that brings together academics with governance and public sector connected to our private sector partners and industries. We have a partnership with the African Union, with the African Peer Review Mechanism, which allows us to interface with 44 African countries to provide this sixth region intellect to assist them with capacity building, to produce the review reports, to work with their national plans of development, all in alignment with Agenda 2063 for capacity building, workforce preparedness, and human capital development. Sierra Leone is one of our main host nations where we're currently doing projects that we look to create these models of excellence that can be scaled and replicated continentally in Africa. We're working in areas of public health infrastructure, unconstitutional changes of government, where 2 years ago I participated in an APRM review on unconstitutional changes of government. We're also working in terms of public administration and public services to help that ministry overhaul its effectiveness. We are working as well in these other areas, this last bullet point, to ensure that the areas like Professor Richardson outlined in terms of what happens in Africa globally and here in the diaspora in terms of environmental health, environmental areas, digitization, renewable energy, and so forth. Next slide, please. And so our efforts as a sixth region entity connects us to being able to take advantage of the great human capital development that we have here with our diaspora. Even though the people of African descent here in the U.S. are less than 13% of the population, we've become a substantial driver of educational and academic and economic prosperity in the country. And if you look at the impact that we've had as historically black colleges and universities, not just here, but globally. In Africa, we have a rich history that connects us to Africa in ways that few people really understand how academically the sixth region here has had these rich relationships with Africa. And so the Center for Global Africa, we work with our Black institutions and Black scholars to help facilitate development so that this transferal of knowledge that's necessary to mutually benefit both of us, that these things can be harnessed and structurally designed. When the U.S. talks about Africa and they look at ways and means to connect, to do things in Africa, to challenge Russia, to challenge China. One of the things that those nations don't have that the U.S. does have that we advocate for is understanding that there are near 50 million people of African descent in the U.S., many of which who have affinities to Africa, who have skill sets and offerings that the Center for Global Africa, we argue, this is an asset that on both ends of the Atlantic, we need to look at how do we better leverage. So next slide, please. I think it's one more, if I'm correct. Right, so our Black universities here, even though we're less than 3% of all the universities in the U.S., our universities have produced 80% of the judges, as you see here, 70% of dentists, 50% attorneys, doctors, and so forth and so on. And the last bullet point, the last two, we produced 3 first-generation African presidents. Kwame Nkrumah was a graduate of Lincoln University, the first president of Ghana. Nnamdi Azikiwe, a graduate of Lincoln University and Howard University. He was the first president of Nigeria. And Hastings Banda, the first president of Malawi, attended Meharry Medical College. So that's part of the rich history. And now in Namibia, the current prime minister from Namibia is also a graduate of Lincoln University. So we have this rich history that the Center for Global Africa works with to connect. And we look forward to now in the after steps of this conference, working with AAU and other counterparts in alignment with the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development and the great partners here, so that we can create and strengthen these two-way channels where necessary, so that the educational and intellectual designs that we need to put in place are anchored firmly. So I want to stop there and see if the audience have any questions, and we'll be glad to address those questions or comments, and then more than anything, look forward to creating a roadmap of after steps for our action steps.
Thank you very much, Professor Arohoni, for your presentation. And at this moment, we'll take comments which we have in the chat box. So we have this from Professor Lushola Oyewole, and he says that it is true that we have neglected our indigenous knowledge and how learning process is still teacher-centered, and we have failed to train our teachers for them to deliver on the skills and competences needed by our learners. This, I believe, was made prior to the presentation made by either Professor Jeffrey or Professor Rosalie.
Oh.
Hi, Professor Jeffrey. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think, well, yeah, Professor Rosalie, I think she can deal with this in great depth. But I mean, I think certainly indigenous, one of the things that happens, speaking about history and the teaching of history and culture, looking at the history of colonization, looking at the readings of people like Amilcar Cabral and others, Kwame Nkrumah, you mentioned, one of the things about the colonization process is it is to strip, destroy, suppress, and eliminate the indigenous culture, and to get the people to turn to the culture, ideas, history of those who colonized them and look at that as being the model. So in recapturing what is best from the past, because we cannot go back to the past, but to take what is best from the past to strengthen what we are doing now, and then absorb, or as Nkrumah might say, to kind of consume or absorb all these other elements to make what is most effective for moving Africa forward today in this world, right? Which would mean we would incorporate, obviously, all the technologies and everything that is available. And another thing, I think, from the scholarly perspective, is to develop our own books. Who teaches from what books, and where do the books come from? Are we writing the history, recapturing, reclaiming the history? I have students that have never had, from the continent, who have never had courses discussing Pan-Africanism, and they're students from the continent who are here taking classes. And if we don't break that, that's very critical, because if we don't understand our joint histories, it's very difficult for us to be empathetic to each other. Because we say, well, what do I have to do with them? Well, he's an African-American. They're from the Caribbean. I'm from Africa. We don't see each other as a continuum. The colonization process, the transatlantic slave trade, the continuing challenges that we face are connected. And this is the history of a whole people with different components of that. So I think, yes, our indigenous knowledge, healing. I remember we were taking a trip to Ghana, going up in the mountains, and they took us to a facility where they had marked out all the various different health and healing herbs. But those had not been used and developed for the people there. And you had other countries coming in, getting information about the healing herbs and taking them to their countries. These are the kind of things that we just have to stop, to appreciate all the gifts that we have, and obviously the enormous resources in Africa that other people are trying to get, but that must be controlled by and for Africans.
Thank you so much, Professor Jeffrey.
I can just add by saying, when we also need to take them to another level, these indigenous knowledge, to commercialize these goods and services that we have at our fingertips. I think as long as we're integrated in this competitive world economy, what is required to compete is the extent to which we can take this indigenous knowledge, and create new knowledge and make, sell it to the world. That's what the world is doing to us. They're packaging our own historical, cultural expression and selling it back to us in very convenient ways. So what I'm excited about with respect to educational opportunities now is that we do have digital platforms and technologies that really can help us to adapt the educational content to reflect our local languages, histories, cultural contexts, and so on, and make learning much more relatable. So we can now use the platforms in ways that perhaps made it difficult before, help us to create new content, and importantly, help teachers in creating, whether it's the lesson plans and teaching methods and digital literacy and those kinds of issues that teachers now can better communicate the kinds of historical, cultural experiences that we've had. And I think that we have to find ways to use these technologies, given the caution that I suggested earlier, with the extent to which we don't find ourselves being more indebted because we have to buy these technologies. They're owned dominantly by foreigners. So we need to access these technologies and create new ones that we own and can control, and ultimately demand, set our prices, so to speak. So the opportunities exist now, and I think we should take advantage of them.
we've had some comments. Let's see what we have. Okay, so comment to applaud and also laud the presentation said thus far by all of you presenters. I also want to show this to you all. If my participants will want to share questions, you can put your hands up and I will give you the room to share your questions to the team from CGA on what you want to ask. But I want to ask Professor Ezra this one. So Professor Ezra, I want to find out what are some of the efforts you've made thus far in trying to bridge this gap. There is certainly a gap between the African continent and your efforts on the other hand. Are there any efforts you want to take in thus far to help bridge this gap and familiarize this whole cultural divide that we're perceiving? Is there anything you've done to help bridge this gap and then homogenize, even though we're from different areas, but you try to homogenize experiences and also lessons thus far?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for that. And I don't know, did you have any other panelists from the diaspora in this conference?
Not really.
Okay, well, that's the first answer, that, we always try to appear where the diaspora is invisible, and we make this call to our brothers, sisters in Africa to be aware that the diaspora is there and that, the separation of Africa and the diaspora is very deliberate. Even though if you look at the historical origin of what happened, and that too being deliberate, then there has to be deliberate efforts contrarily to make sure that we connect in the best kinds of ways. The one slide that I had shows that the diaspora, in terms of remittances, annually send over $50 billion into Africa, and it's unharnessed. It's not an economy in and of itself. It's just unharnessed resources. So a great part of what we've done and what we do, and with the African Union and our partnership with the African Peer Review Mechanism, is oftentimes based on expanding consciousness and awareness. I've always said that's step one, because we don't engage each other enough. That two-way channel that I mentioned, it exists in some areas in some ways, but not like it should. So one of the things that we've done is, if you look at our work that we've performed with the African Union, we have, I think, probably, I'm certain is one of the greatest examples in diaspora engagement, because our first conference with APRM, we have one video clip, and I encourage everyone here to go to our website and see some of the content. But we have over 750,000 views of a conference that we did with the African Union, with Africans, diaspora engaging each other, having these conversations like we're talking about now. What happened? Where's the breakdown? What do we need to correct these kind of things? But I think as well, one of the action steps that I want to recommend answers this question equally so, is that we need to own this theme of educating the African fit for the 21st century, so that AAU, the CGA, the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development, all of us who are like-minded, that we adapt this and continue to advance this theme, working together so that we can command the kind of joint resourcing necessary so that we could be part of the pioneering institutions that bring about the kind of change that's going to connect Africa and the diaspora. You know, cash crop separated us. That led African people. Now agriculture is the backbone of the world. Everybody knows about food security. That's what everyone talks about. You know, many of our Black universities were created as land grant institutions where the government provided land and agriculture was to be one of the founding kinds of programs. And it was done not so that we could become future food security experts, but it was like, oh, just give you some land, you farm, you know, do some sharecropping. So it was looked at as a meager way of addressing our needs. But now, with the right technologies, as we're talking about here, the right understandings of what it's going to take to problem solve and address areas like food security in Africa, agriculture could become the very industry that brings us back together. You know, so what once separated us can now become an industry that rallies us to not just solve a problem, but to be a solution for this critical need of food security, you know, in the world. So, you know, this advocacy and conscious building, this awareness that we have to have, you know, is something that the Center for Global Africa constantly works at. And so we appreciate this invitation. And then as we begin to work with these other institutions, it creates the kind of critical mass of institutional awareness that really helps us move the needle forward. And we can
Thank
do
you so
that
much, Professor.
between our two institutions as well.
Thank you. We have a question from Rose Durby that says that many of our leaders have studied in the US and Europe in such great Pan-African institutes, yet they do not seem to be pro-Pan-African in their role back home. How can such a great Pan-African institution help to educate our future leaders to be pro-Pan-African when they become leaders of tomorrow? So it's open. I don't know if Professor Rosalie would want to give a shout.
Yeah, you know, I think one way is, you know, interactions that we can deepen our understanding of the challenges we face. Leaders take up the role preoccupied with the challenges of their own countries. And if in their experience in Europe or in the US, in their educational institutions, those issues are not, the dots are not being connected, then it's very easy to go back home and don't make the, you know, it's impossible to make the links. I mean, I studied in the West, and I struggled with the relevance of what I was learning for the development challenges that I faced. I literally ended up doing about 3 different dissertations before I could settle on one, because I wanted to ensure that the kind of research that I was doing made sense for my reality. And that was narrowly focused on Jamaica and the Caribbean. But I was not exposed then to how are these issues we're struggling with in Jamaica and in the Caribbean linked to, related to, similar to that of Africa. And it is when we connect those dots, it's when we make those linkages that it will become obvious that there are Pan-African solutions. I mean, if we look back in our history, or one of our only Nobel Prize winners in economics, Arthur Lewis, went to Africa, went to Ghana, and he was part of a whole team trying to find solutions to development problems. So we have a rich history in the Caribbean of providing perspectives that can help to shape development agendas. And the extent to which African leaders reach out to us, and in turn, we reach out to our African colleagues to help in the problem-solving challenges that we face. I think it's when we start to do that in a more practical ways, and the universities are best placed to do that. You are creating the leaders of the future. And to the extent that we can integrate these perspectives, and there are no excuses now, I must say, because we can do it online. I mean, I'm sure we're talking right now to several countries, people in several countries across Africa. And so it's possible to bring Caribbean diaspora perspectives in the classroom in Africa, to hear our perspective and to show the linkages, and so that when you come out of these institutions, those linkages are made.
Thank you. Wow. I'd like to add something to that, because, actually tomorrow I have a student, I'm teaching a course on environmental justice. We're going to have a student from Zimbabwe who's dealing with the impact of mining on people in terms of displacement. He's going to come in and speak to the students via Zoom, right? So they can get a sense of what's happening. As we're reading, we had a whole reading about Nigeria and the Ogoni people dealing with Shell Oil Corporation, the pollution there. They're looking at these examples around the world. These technologies, as you've mentioned so well, are critically important, and also in terms of developing ones that we control. Because just recently there was a situation with something called Africa Stream, which was producing things being critical of the U.S., and then they decided to go after it and say they need to cut it out. They were able to find another platform. But by not controlling platforms, as we begin to speak, that's a vulnerability. We have to solve that problem. And the other thing is, I think by working together, for instance, there's an old film called Life in Debt, which is about Jamaica, as a matter of fact, where the U.S. has pushed its products there to displace people who are growing food indigenously. Those things have to be called out, and we can coordinate levels of pressure and support to protect our economies. This is happening all across the continent as well. The use of land, the control of land from outside forces. When they see, speaking to Dr. Ezra's, his comment about the arable land, the world knows that Africa has about 60 or so % of the most arable land in the world. They want that land. They're buying it up. That has to stop. There has to be education of our leadership across the board that it must be controlled and the food must be grown for Africans. So that when we have a crisis like happened during the war in Ukraine, there is not crisis in Africa because they can't get grain from Ukraine. When Africa has all this arable land, and you're thinking, well, how is this possible? This is intentional. And these are things that we have to stop. These are political issues, but also involve a massive re-education and thinking about control for Black people in the world, the resources serving us. That is critical. Thank you.
If I could add, I want to put in perspective some demand that exists across the Caribbean. Right now, we're in the throes of some climate issues. There's flooding taking place. There's virtually the entire agricultural sector in Jamaica is being affected. And what will happen immediately is we will start to import. So we have to import food because our capacity to eat our food is now under threat with climate. To your point, Professor Richardson, there is infinite amount of land in Africa, arable land, that can solve these problems. And I want to add one more thing, that as we face the brunt of the climate challenges across the Caribbean, where some of our countries will literally go under the sea, right? We have to look to places like Africa as climate refugees, because the West is pretty much closing their borders to all of us. We've seen it happening in the US. It's been happening across Europe. And so when we think about the worst scenarios of the climate events that are taking place, many people in our islands literally have to leave. So I think these are issues for the African continent and African universities to look at very carefully, because these are practical solutions that are income earning, but also life-saving. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rosalie, for your addition. And I want to just remind participants that we'll end the 21st Century Pan-African Education Building Strong Institutional Frameworks for Economic and Educational Advancement. And this has been held down by the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development and the Center for Global Africa USA. And it's been an amazing session. You've been with us, very loyal participants, right from 9 a.m. GMT all the way to 14 o'clock, 16 o'clock GMT. We are all glued in, and even though we've had a dwindle in the participation, it's been very, very satisfactory. And I can't actually say less than to say thank you very much for keeping up with the team, and also to the last speakers, Professor Jeffrey, Professor Aroni, and Professor Rosalie, for your time and your insight thus far. I think that we will crown the event today. We will bring it to an end. Speakers, thank you so much. Participants who have shared points, we've done well to read all of your points, and our speakers have done well to also catch up on your questions. I want to just give a minute round to our speakers, respectfully, Professor Jeffrey, Professor Aroni, and Professor Hamilton, to kindly give us a touch. Just a remark, we know we've got quite a long way to go to get this right in terms of building the ties with the diaspora pretty well and incorporating indigenous knowledge systems within our land, and also encouraging that kind of exchange so we can keep the relationship growing properly. What will be your final remarks for our participants tonight? I'll start with you, Professor Hamilton.
You know, I would say the takeaway for me is the need for us to invent and innovate in a way that addresses the myriad of problems that we face. And as I speak to universities, I would say two things. Truly see yourselves as incubators of knowledge. Shift the focus on relying on other people's creative knowledge and experiences to our own. Broaden the dialogue with the diaspora. We have experiences, insights, and perspectives that can help. And we know that you have perspectives that can help us as well. And I think it is when we begin to deepen that relationship and jointly tackle these problems that we can jointly create solutions. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Professor Richardson?
Well, you said it so well, Professor Hamilton, and I think this is critically important. The thing, what you just mentioned about the climate issue and connecting together on that is so critically important. So I think we face massive crises, the climate, politics, etc., but we must work to support each other, our literal survival. And I'm not trying to make this larger than this. It is critical that we do this for the future, that we have direct communication just like this, and that this happens more. And we're basically working to reweave a torn fabric of our people. These communications are the threads that help to bring us back together. This has to continue, moving people out of the middle who are not us. It has to be us to us over and over and over again. That's how we become stronger together. It's absolutely essential. Educational institutions can play a key role in this, and our direct communication, working with each other and having very specific, concrete solutions and exchanges of ideas and people is essential. And thank you for this tremendous opportunity, and really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Professor Richardson, for your submission. And finally, Professor Aroni, let's hear from you, sir.
Well, first, once again, I want to thank you for inviting us. We're always honored to be a part of your great work. I want to particularly once again thank Professor Oyewole for his great leadership and being such a pioneer and innovative thinker. And that's the messaging that I think is important here, the innovative thinking that we need to have moving forward. Oftentimes we hear about supply chains, and we can understand that in a material sense of how to move products and services forward. We have to have these integrated supply chains, but intellectually, the same is required. We have to understand how do we link who we are in terms of the best of our intellect, the best of our institutions, the best of our academics and scholars, and work together in collaborative ways. And AAU has been at the forefront of doing that kind of work. And so in conjunction with the Marcus Garvey Institute, we at the Center for Global Africa, we're very confident about the kinds of success models, the platforms, the structural designs that we could put together in alignment with AAU. And so, as you know, we are committed to that process, and we look forward to continuing that work with you, but in ways that exponentially allow us to have success stories and create these kinds of models that we can replicate throughout Africa. So thank you once again, and I look forward to our joint efforts tomorrow, particularly as it relates to raising the joint resourcing necessary to make our ideals possible.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Ronnie, and all the other speakers for the Marcus Garvey Institute for Human Development and Center for Global Africa for your time. We appreciate your participation in the African Anniversary celebration, and it's been very refreshing thus far. I want to take a minute to just give you a heads up of what we're spending tomorrow. So tomorrow, Thursday, we're still within the Partners Day. So today is Partners Day 1, tomorrow will be Partners Day 2, and we'll get in the University of Nottingham joining us. Also have the University of Nottingham giving us a series of talks. The first one, responsible use of AI and emerging technologies in higher education. We also have the building resilient education systems through responsible research and innovation. And later on Thursday, we'll have the African Charter Transformation Research Collaboration by the University of South Africa and a whole lot more. So all participants' questions tomorrow. We have so much AI sessions for you to participate in. And on this note, we'll say a big thank you to our participants, all of you. You've been very loyal and been very, very understanding. So we had you all to this point. And to Professor Ronnie and Professor Hamilton, Professor Richardson, and also to Alicia. Dr. Alicia, thank you so much. You've been a great organizer, backroom. You work with us, talk to us to get this going the way it should go. To Professor Olusola Oyewole, he's also been with us from the morning to this point, seeing that the event is going the way it should go. I'm your servant, Dr. Ajamola Shodako, seeing to the program's moderation. I appreciate your, I would say, your understanding that we've had a great sweep through. Also to Mr. Enoch Pani for also being by the technical desk, and all technical team members who've been with us thus far. Thank you so much for your cooperation. And we'll see you all tomorrow as the Partners Day 2 on the AUA celebration. Have a great day and be safe.
Thank you.